Hello, 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 folks.
We cannot be fucking around, folks. It is imperative that we be about the business of getting things done. And we have to start working now for the midterms that are coming. And I'm so serious when I say it is time to hold absolutely every single person accountable.
Hello, 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 folks. Excited to see you guys get going today. What's up, Candy Kiss? Good morning, Farah. How are you? Good to see you. Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hello so that I can see you and greet you as well. I got a couple of things going on today. Been diligently working, trying to switch things up, and ran into some technical glitches as I figure it all out, but it's okay. Good morning, Deuces Waddle. What's up, Savage Kitten? I hope everybody is doing okay. I forgot a charger for you. Mimi, can you bring me a charging cord? Good morning, Crystal. Good to see you over there on YouTube. What's up, Sunflower Fish? Brandy, good to see you. Hope everybody is doing all right. What's up, David? Oof. I have pulled up quite a few things that I'm getting ready to report to Pole Observer Duty. I love that for the ACLU of Kansas. Yay! We do love that. We love that very much, Farah. Good morning, Sandy. What's up, Candy? How are you? Sandy, Candy. Didn't mean to rhyme, but y'all entered at the same time. That's 2 for 2. I'm just saying. Good morning, Bobby. How are you? You've been watching past lives. I love that. What's up, Christine? Hey, Eric. What's up on the YouTube? The tube of you. Hope everybody is doing okay. Uh, Mila, can you please grab this cord for your tutu? I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sick about today's news. Everything has been disgusting so far that you've read, from salt to I don't know what else you were writing, but I hear you. So listen. When I think about today's news and the way that I take in that information, good morning, witch, is I scan and I look at the things and I immediately go one circle, I'd circle one, circle two, circle three. And if you're new to me and you're not sure, so sunflower fish, when you're kindergarten, you stagger the start, right? So all kindergartners don't show up on the same day at the same time, right? So kindergartners, like they either do it by their last name or by like what month they were born in. And so a set will start this day, the set will start that day, the next set will start that day. And so Mila will go to school 2 days this week, and then she'll go there. Listen, but she is dressed like she's going to school today. She was like, Tutu, why I'm not going? She was ready. Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, you have that cord. Can you hand me the other cord, please? Because I need the other one.
The blue one?
No, the red one, I think. Or is there a gray one?
No, there's just a black one and a blue one and a gray one and a red one.
Can I have the gray one?
Yeah.
Bring me a charger cord. So anyway, so she went with me to take Bella to school today, and then we went by the grocery store. I came home. I made her some waffles and some cheese eggs so that her belly is full. And then I started working on some more tech stuff for the podcast and elevating it. I intended, thanks, Tara. I intended to get the episode launched yesterday, but the platform that I was using has changed some of their features. And so I am trying to move it over to a new platform, which is always fun. Right? Okay, no, baby, you can just unplug it. Unplug it. That way you can keep the cord. Just finish your first full year of college and your exam, study for civil rights law. Oh, I love that you have a 2-week break now. This one, baby. This one. Hold it tight. There you go. Thank you, love. So that's it. So good morning, Macon. Good to see you. I think I said hi to you, Michelle. Thank you very much. So what I was saying, folks, is if because somebody came in and said, "Oh my God, I'm already overwhelmed by the news that I've read today," which I can relate. That's fair. Like that's a fair assessment. Just about anytime you turn on the news, right? But what I wanted to say about that is, so what I do is when I'm reading the news in the morning, when I'm checking out the headlines, I do a quick scan, and then I put the information into one of 3 categories, right? It's either circle 1, circle 2, or circle 3. Circle 1 are the things that I can control, like for real can control. If I can't control it, it doesn't go in circle one. So that's typically only me, right? It's only the things related to me as an individual. Number circle two are the things that I can influence, right? I might not be able to change them. I might not be able to control them, but I can influence them. Thanks, Court. And then circle three is everything else, right? And sometimes, yes, baby. No, it's probably in there. You left it when you were, right? It's right there, baby, on the floor. And circle three is everything else. Now, however, listen, so circle three doesn't mean we don't care about it. A lot of the information that's in circle three, we can't influence, and we can't change, and we can't control it. However, knowing that information gives us stuff that we need to do in circle twos and circle ones, right? So we still talk about some circle threes, we just don't focus on them. Okay. So that's what I do when I'm consuming news, right? For the individual who said it's all overwhelming and you're already sick to your stomach, I just put it in my circles and keep it pushing. Yes, there is school today. However, she started kindergarten. They have a staggered start. Not all the kindergartners show up on the same day at the same time all week. So she goes 2 days this week. All the kindergartners will go 2 days this week. Good morning, Brian. Okay. So you're going vote, dim, socialist, everything free. That's actually not the way socialism works. It's definitely not the way that democratic socialism works. And I don't have anything up here talking about where to vote, which tells me you are either sent here and told what to say, or you're still like, I don't know, maybe assuming of what the conversation is going to be about, right? Yeah, it does, It does, Kathy. But if you want to talk about policies and what should or shouldn't be quote unquote free, which by the way, none of it's free. It's paid for by your tax dollars, sir. So it's not free. Just saying. But listen, we can absolutely have that conversation today. What's up, Winn-Dixie? All right. So listen, are y'all talking to them people? Stop it. Y'all know better. I don't know what's y'all better get it out your system because y'all know better. Good morning, Rosalind. Good to see you. Okay. So listen, really quickly, I'm going to throw this link into the chat. And so this is going to show up on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Substack, I think, or Twitch and YouTube at least. This link that I just put in there, that is the link that if you want to join this panel as a guest, you can absolutely click that link and request to come in here. TikTok, you know how to do it. You hit the request button, the request box that's right there, or the blue and pink people that are at the bottom of your screen. Facebook, I'm dropping it into your chat right now. What's up, Receive Grace? So you will be able to do that as well. So give me 1 second, Facebook, and I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you too. So what I'm hoping to do and what I desire to do, you going out, Biden, Harris, Obama, and Jill with them. What, Lou? Here's your opportunity, because Lou, you either want attention or you want to talk. So I'm going to send you an invitation for you to join the panel, and we can chat. Join as a guest. And then if not, I'm going to mute you because the things that you're saying aren't really relevant to what we're talking about, right? Like, it's literally like nobody in here is talking about Obama, Biden, Harris. We're not talking about Trump. Like, literally everything that you've said isn't what we're talking about. So I don't know if you're a bot or not. So Winter Destiny, we don't know that to be true. As a matter of fact, there are Republican senators that have not said one way or the other if they are going to confirm Todd Blanche, and that is only going to be, good morning, Mama. So I just want to be clear. That is for the Senate committee. Then it still has to go through all of the whole Senate. And we are missing some folks in Senate, right? We are missing. What's up, Doug? We don't have Mitch McConnell, right? So there's a lot of room there. So one of the things that I really work hard not to do is to say things are going to happen that I don't want to happen. So like, even if it's likely that he's going to get the confirmation, I'm not going to say they are going to do this as if it is a fact, because it's not a fact. I don't know that to be so. I'm not a psychic, right? And so, yeah, and that's still it's still okay. So, but my point is we still don't have it all the way out, and there are people that are still on the fence, and we don't know. So for me, I'll wait until I see. And the bottom line is that is very much a circle three, right? I do not control what happens in the Blanche conversation. I don't. I don't control whether or not the GOP members of the Senate confirm a dude that is literally refusing to release the Epstein files. That is a matter, that is a question, that is a subject that is for Republicans. That's who it's for. That is a conversation that is for Republicans. So folks that support this administration, folks that support Republicans, folks that have voted for the Republican members of the Senate committee today, right? You guys, this is a question for you, right? Do you want your elected officials to confirm someone who is refusing to release the rest of the files from a convicted sexual predator? Because that's literally what this is. So that's not a question for me. That's a question for you. The group, the party that, is supposed to be all about the family, the party that's supposed to care about children and people and all the things and, promoting trad wives and whatever else you got going on. This question is for you, beloveds. These are your senators. Morning, Sen. So you got to start asking yourself, what does that say about you and the people that you vote for and the people that you elect and the people that you support? Yeah, he was. Yeah. So guys, listen. I really want you all to stay in the fucking present moment, please. I see these folks say every day things that they will do and won't do, and they don't do half of what they say they're going to do. And by the way, can you all share with me what's the damn difference? If they confirm Todd Blanche, what is the difference from all the hell he's been doing for the last several months? What's up, Mama Africa? What's the difference? And why are y'all acting like this is the most devastating thing in the world? It's the same shit we've been dealing with. We have been dealing with Todd Blanche is just as bad as Pam Bondi, and we've had them both since the beginning of this administration. This changes absolutely nothing. And why you all are just like letting it take your emotions and just as if this is not the same shit, different day that we've been dealing with for the last 18, 19 months. It's the same thing. And if you want to get serious about something, if you want to do something about it, then you might want to be talking about the midterms. You might want to be talking about the senators that are sitting in these damn seats that are confirming individuals that are literally violating the law. This is not difficult. And I know maybe I sound like a little harsh or whatever, right? Maybe I do. However, let me share with you why that is so today. Okay. We have 91 days until these midterms. And every single one of us on here is a grown adult. Good morning, Jennifer. Stop acting like middle schoolers and high schoolers. And stop getting tossed to and fro by every damn headline or statement. And I say that in love. I love that you're going to go vote for Abdul today in Michigan. folks, here's the thing. There are some really incredible primary candidates that look like they are going to beat the establishment people, right? So Don Bino, I'm going to give you an opportunity to join the panel because you're spamming the chat, and I would like for you to not do that. It's one of the very few things that I ask for in this space. So if you would like to discuss things, then we can do that, right? If you're not going to do that, then you're going to get muted just because you're spamming, right? Great. I'm glad that you joined. Thanks. So Don, are you
spamming the chat?
Because you're okay. So spamming means you're saying the same thing over and over and over again, right? So like when you say vote red exclamation point and you just say it repeatedly, it's not good for the algorithm. So let me ask you a question. Are you new to my space? Have you been in here before?
No, I have not.
Okay, great. So and I asked that because I just like to level set so that you know what space you're in. So I only ask for 4 things in here. I ask that people be respectful, don't use slurs, don't spam my comments, which is one of the reasons why you got my attention, and then don't type in all caps. And the reason for the all caps is because I have folks that are vision impaired in my community, and so all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. So I only ask for those 4 things. Other than that, we can have really robust, diverse discussions. Hey, good morning, Elaine.
Do you not see the destruction of America by the Democratic Party?
No, I do not.
Really?
I do not.
Okay.
So when you talk about the destruction of America by the Democratic Party, can you give me some examples of what you mean by that?
Sure. We are a country based on, liberties and freedoms. And one of those liberties is to own your own business and not be a socialist country wherever.
You cut out. I can't hear you. Don Bino, I can't hear you. And you guys in the chat, let me just say this to you. You all know how to do this. Be respectful. I'm serious as hell in this chat. If he's going to have a respectful conversation with me, then you're going to be respectful in the chat. He obviously got a phone call, so we'll give him a second to join back. So I'm so serious with you all in the chat. I don't know. Listen, if you're new here, I'm just, the way that we do things is we are respectful in our conversations. He got a phone call. I'm hoping that maybe he'll come back because this is a conversation that I would love to have. When he says, do you see the destruction of America caused by the Democratic Party? I don't, which is why I'm asking him to share with me, what does he mean by that destruction? What does he mean? And that's important, right? So, we'll go from there. Well, cry some more. I literally was just listening. Would you like to come up and take his spot? There's a request box right there. I literally was having a conversation and listening, and he got a phone call. So you just look silly because you said you won't listen. I literally was listening. Period. Right? So it's not hard. Folks, listen, if you are new to this space, this is not a debate me bro gotcha live. This is a have real conversations about the issues, and we discuss the actual facts, not just our feelings, not what we think about something, but what are the facts behind the things. And so that's what we do here. And if you don't like that, feel free to leave. Like literally put your finger on the screen and just swoop, right? That will take care of it. If you don't like the way that the space is run. And then 2, you can either engage in that way or you'll leave. I mean, it's not hard, folks. I just, call me crazy, but I just expect people to be able to behave like adults, and decent human beings. So, all right. Good morning, Cook. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing fine. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
29.
Perfect. Okay. And what would you like to share this morning?
What are your feelings on immigration and ICE?
So I just really covered that I don't discuss feelings. We can talk about facts. So if you have a specific question, because that's very broad, like how do you feel about immigration and ICE? That's very broad. So if you have a specific thing, we can do that.
Yeah, I got you. Do you feel like immigration enforcement are doing a good job and a good thing? Do you think it's beneficial to America what they're doing?
If you're asking me, do I believe that what ICE is currently doing under this administration is beneficial for the country? The answer is no.
Do you think ICE in general is beneficial to have in the U.S.?
It depends on what they've done. Like we didn't have ICE for the majority of our time, right? ICE was just formed, a few decades ago. So it's not. I don't know that it's really even truly necessary for what we do. And I don't care. I'm answering your question. So I don't care about having this particular Department of Homeland Security. I think it's not a matter of whether or not having the department is the issue. I think it's having its job better outlined, better detailed, and much more oversight for sure.
Well, the question was really not getting at the department or the name. It was more so the function. Is deporting illegal immigrants and maintaining border security and sovereignty a good thing?
So that's not what ICE does.
Why isn't it?
Well, because when you talk about the border, they're not. Because when you talk about the border, they're not Customs and Border Patrol, right?
Well,
and so ICE.
So when I say maintain the border, just to clarify, part of maintaining the border is monitoring and sending back individuals who have crossed illegally who weren't caught by Border Patrol.
Okay, so couple things. When you talk about ICE, can you share with me what ICE's actual mission is for the government?
Well, ICE is immigration enforcement, or immigration and customs enforcement. So what they're supposed to do is essentially make sure that the individuals that they apprehend, who they've been tipped off, are actually citizens. Another thing they're supposed to do is they're supposed to arrest and detain those individuals so they can, go through due process or be exported under the Constitution back to their country. Another thing they're supposed to do is make sure that the individuals who are here are legal, essentially, under Trump's new directive. Well, you're shaking your hand, but that's essentially what Trump is tasking them to do.
So
right now.
I didn't ask you what you believe POTUS has tasked them to do. What I ask you is
Well, it's not
because
I believe that's what Trump said.
I didn't interrupt you.
Well, I'm saying you're saying something.
But I'm asking you to not interrupt me. Like when I first brought you up here, I asked you to be respectful.
Okay,
that's it, right? So that means when I'm talking, you don't talk over me.
Okay, well, can you repeat what I said correctly and not miscategorize it?
So I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Please.
Right, because the question that I asked you was not, what do you think POTUS has tasked ICE with doing? That wasn't the question.
That's not what I answered.
Hold on 1 second. Yes. Okay, when she gets off work. So the very last thing that you said before I began speaking was, well, that's what Trump has tasked them with doing. And so the question isn't about whether or not you believe that's what the president has tasked a particular department with doing. What I specifically asked you was, what do you believe, is their actual mission? So when ICE was created by Congress, right? What was the mission? What was the purpose?
Wait. Okay, so what you're asking me, you're asking what the purpose is. Isn't their purpose and their task pretty much whatever the president says? Isn't he the leader?
No.
I'm in the military, right? So, he's the commander-in-chief. My job is whatever he tells us to do.
Actually, it's not.
What do you mean?
Actually, it's not. Your job is to follow orders, lawful orders, in accordance with the UCMJ.
But what is that? Where's that come? No.
Yes, it is. It is.
Listen.
It is. And you are talking to a disabled veteran. You are talking to a veteran. I know exactly. You're going to stop talking over me. You're going to stop talking over me.
You kind of cut me off, actually.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And so
I was in
again,
the middle of saying that yes, we do follow UCMJ.
and so when you say, and so let me ask you this: are you in the military? Or are you a veteran? Which one are you?
I'm a veteran. I just got out.
I said I'm in the military to say, like, to give an example, if I was in the military.
Something just happened to your mic.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're echoing a little bit. Are you recording? Are you on Bluetooth? What are you doing?
No, I put my finger over the mic on accident.
Okay, got you. All right, so because what you first said was, I'm in the military.
Yeah, you're taking it a little too literally.
No, because
I'm in the military to say if I was in the military.
No,
I was giving an example.
So no,
I was in the military. I didn't just get out.
Stop for a moment. I didn't take anything a little too literally. You literally made the statement. You said, I'm in the military.
Okay, let's get past
that. So that's a declarative statement.
Okay.
Not an example.
Let's get past that. I'm a veteran.
When I finish speaking, I will. Until then, no. Until then, no. So I'm going to ask you again, stop interrupting me.
I feel like you're just not moving.
I'm going to tell you, stop interrupting me. Because you're about to get dropped. Not because I don't want to have a conversation with you, because you continue to be rude. And you keep interrupting me and talking over me. And I've already explained to you that that's not what we do in this space.
But do you understand what you're doing right now?
I do. I'm setting appropriate boundaries. I'm setting appropriate boundaries and telling you how to engage with me on my live in my space. If you don't like that, leave.
Okay. You don't care how you treat other people.
I do not care if you don't like my boundaries. You're correct. I do not care if you don't like my boundaries.
Gotcha. Aggressive mindset.
I don't care if you don't like my boundaries.
I gotcha.
At all. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So when you say I'm in the military, then that's what you said. And then you said I'm a veteran. Mm-hmm. Two very different things. Mm-hmm. And then what you said is, I'm in the military. Our job is to do what the president says. And that's not your job. Your job is to follow lawful orders in accordance with the UCMJ. If the orders, I'm still fucking talking.
We'll get to the point.
Here's the point. Have a great day. That's the point. Maj, you can go ahead and block him. That's now the point. The point is you're going to go away. Yeah, listen, I'm not doing baby carrot energy today. I am not doing baby carrot, wannabe manly energy today. I can't, I'm not. Jesus. If I'm giving you multiple opportunities to have a respectful conversation, you can either do that or you will leave. This is not difficult. Good gosh. Good morning, Helen. Good morning, Wayne. So, folks, just to be clear, the job of anyone in the military is not to do whatever the president said. That's not the job. You take an oath to the Constitution. That's it. And you agree to obey lawful orders in accordance with the UCMJ. That's it. So, miss me with anything else. I'm not doing it. I'm in the military. You know what, bro? So, hey, PK, good to see you. So I'm going to give you an opportunity Escape. I'm going to give you an opportunity to join the panel. And then after that, you will be muted. Not because I don't want to talk to you or whatever, but literally because you keep saying irrelevant things that aren't pertinent to the conversation. So this is your opportunity. Escape reality to join the panel. I sent you a direct invitation. All you have to do is accept. No, Ernie, they weren't. And this is not just in my opinion. According to the law, blowing up the boats off the coast of Venezuela, according to law, that wasn't a lawful order. That's not just my opinion. That's according to the law. Right, Michelle, that part. So mods, can we go ahead and take care of escape for me? Because they're not accepting the offer, so they can go ahead and go. Appreciate it. So, give me 1 second. Okay, so somebody asked a question and I'm happy to answer it for you. So I would refer you to 18 U.S. Code 2280, Violence Against Maritime Navigation. That would just be one law. U.S.C. 2280. You can start with that one. Give me 1 second. Let me see where my other law is. So if you just want to talk about that one's the U.S.'s law, 18 U.S.C. 2280. Then of course we're part of the UN, and so there's the Convention on the Law of the Seas. There's that. You're welcome, Jujubee. I do my best, for real. And so yeah, it like I said, not my opinion. They were illegal. Okay, folks. When I bring you up to this panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Hey, Tootie, good to see you. And there's going to be quite a few things that we're going to discuss today that I want to make sure that you do know. But I'll take a couple of guests and then we'll talk about those things. Okay. So again, put yourself on mute until I get to you. User 5442. You're going to have to give me an idea of who you are and what you want to say. Because you have a non-identifying account with less than 24 followers and following less than 24 people. So yeah, you're a little sus. Other folks, I got you. Folks, I'm not related to Felicia Rashad, Debbie Allen, Kamala Harris, or any other light-skinned Black woman that y'all may know. For real. Like, it's not a thing. T. Roy, same for you. Sabina, did you mean to request up? Sabina? Thanks, Soltris. Everybody says it every day. Like somebody else was in here earlier and said, I was like Tracy Ellis Ross. No worries, I got you, Sabina. Listen, I'm telling you, from Tracy Ellis Ross to Felicia Rashad to Debbie Allen to Kamala, like whatever other light-skinned Black woman people know, not related to any of them. So, T. Roy, I need you to put something in the chat, my friend, if you expect to grace the panel. What's up, Frozzo? How are you?
Good after morning. How are you doing? I'm doing wonderful today. I think I'm doing wonderful. This is the best mental state I've ever been in my entire life.
So what happened?
Subjective. So I don't know, like my brain activated in terms of how I can not just have a positive mindset, but how to do small things in a way that can cascade over time to actually achieve good things for society, right? So you know how my home country is basically a clusterfuck of like 15 different problems.
Yeah.
Starting with colonization, and then you had the Civil War that happened in 1966. I'm not sure if you know this, but did you know that that same blue and white state funded both sides of the Civil War in 1966?
Huh?
Not one country in that one side of the world that we should not mention funded both sides of the war. Isn't that wonderful? 1966.
So Frozo lives in the UK, but he is originally from Nigeria.
Yep, I am from the.
People were asking, and so I wanted it. So he's in the UK, but he is from Nigeria.
Yep. So after finding out that very interesting tidbit, and then it kind of puts into perspective how the whole racial ethnic tensions kind of flared up, because it's been building up since the Civil War. So just a bit of a background, little bit of detail. So after Nigeria was given independence in 1960, I think it was on April or May of 1966, there was a military-backed coup from south and southwest. A couple of generals and a few of their underlings essentially unalived the northern leadership completely and took over the government.
Okay, wait. You're talking 1966?
Yes.
And what are we talking about?
Before the Civil War. The Nigerian Civil War.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Guys, when he says Civil War, he's talking about the Nigerian. I think this is where the confusion is coming in. He means in Nigeria. He doesn't mean the United States Civil War.
Yeah, I don't know about the United States. I'm not from the United States.
No, because we're 18. Ours was 1860. 1861 is when the Civil War started here. So the people like 1800s. Israel wasn't a thing yet. You're welcome, folks.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so talking about Nigeria, you guys, what happened, what created the whole racial tensions in the country, why Nigeria is such a clusterfuck of different problems, and how I, using my youthful brain, youthful intellect, and sheer passion, and just being on the internet and reading a lot of books, have come up with a couple of solutions. Now, before I come to the solutions, I just want to give the context, okay? So, military coup, 1966, okay? Southerners unalived all of the northern leadership, which then created a lot of tension in the north, where the surviving northern government essentially orchestrated a series of pogroms against the southerners that were living in the north. They basically ethnically cleansed the southern tribes from the north completely because of this, as a response. And then after that, the northern government then took control of the government again, and the south decided to create their own country called Biafra and secede from the north, which then led to the Civil War. Unsurprisingly, the UK government backed the Nigerian government. That's no one's really surprised there. The Qataris were also involved. The UAE was also involved. Kenya was involved. What's Kenya doing there? I'm sorry. What's Kenya doing there? What's Kenya doing there? Why was South Africa there too, and the UAE? And then that blue and white state funding both sides.
So for those of you guys who really want to kind of dig in, so what has happened is there were newly declassified documents from the Israeli State Archives that actually revealed that Israel played a quote-unquote strategic double game in order to preserve its commercial and political interests across Africa. And Biden and Obama. Nahil, hold on, please. I always ask when folks come up to put themselves on mute until I can get to you. That way we just stay because it gets crazy if people just start coming off mute and talking. So give me a second, and I'll get to you in just a second. So this is the thing. The documents were just newly declassified by Israel, and they are on the state archives. If you literally Google Israel funded the civil war in Nigeria, it will pull it up. It will give you a link to the documents in the Israeli state archive, and you can read them. But just a couple of things. By the way, this is not anything that the United States of America hasn't done in the past, and many other countries. This is something that especially we tend to do in African countries a lot, where we will support the rebels and equip the rebels, but then also support the government and whatever, because it is always to the benefit of the West to keep Africa disconnected, disjointed, and not collectively together. I don't know, and just a side note real quick, I don't know how many of you all have seen this clip of former Congressman Weldon talking with Tucker Carlson. Have you guys seen this clip? Put a 1 in the chat if you haven't seen it.
I probably haven't, but I'm about to.
Yes, you are. I'm going to play it for you. If you haven't, okay, because it's relevant. Just so that from a global perspective, it's relevant context. Okay, so watch. Here we go. Okay, here it is. So this is actually from April of 2025. Okay, Nihil, sorry that you couldn't wait. James, thanks for being patient. But it's really important. So, and this is one of the things that doesn't happen sometimes. Too often we miss opportunities because they're not amplified to get information out to the American public that would give you a basis. So even though this is something from the past, even though it's something that's not relevant today, the actual actions of it are relevant because they've showed up throughout history in our country and across the West in the way that we do things, right? And so you're going to listen to what he says. This is an interview of Kurt Weldon, former member of Congress, talking to Tucker Carlson about Muammar Gaddafi and the fact that Gaddafi had actually agreed to resign. But we didn't want that. So listen. Hold on. I got to share it over here. Be patient with me, people.
Hillary Clinton played a game over there, and I was the one that went over there during the war. Gaddafi asked me to come over. I took a Biden staffer and a Bush staffer and a film crew leader from ABC One in New York, Larry Menti, with me, and a cameraman, because I didn't want the CIA to set me up. I hand carried the letter back from Gaddafi offering to resign. The U.S. didn't want him to resign. They wanted to kill him.
Why?
Because Gaddafi, and I met him 3 times. I took Biden on my second trip to Libya, by the way. He went with me when I spoke to the whole country. At every meeting I had with Gaddafi, he wanted 2 things. He wanted to unite the African continent into a group of nations economically, like European gold, like the European economy. He wanted to base it on the gold standard. And the U.S. and Europe didn't want that. And the other thing is they wanted control of his oil, and they wanted control of his sovereign wealth. So Gaddafi had to go. That's outrageous, and it's wrong.
So I just want you all to hear that. He said he went to Libya several times as a member of Congress. He took a member of Joe Biden's staff, right? And he took a member of Bush's staff with him. He went to Libya 3 times. He met Gaddafi 3 times. He brought back a letter from Gaddafi offering to resign. And we did not want that because Gaddafi wanted 2 things. He wanted to unify the continent of Africa, and so that Africa had its own economy, like the EU has their own currency, and he wanted it to be backed by the standard of gold. And then he wanted, what was the other thing he said? Anyway, we didn't want it. And we wanted control of his oil, and we wanted control of his wealth. And so the United States, we'd rather have him no longer on this planet than to have those things achieved. So if you all don't get this by now, it's the same thing that we did in Iran. It's the same thing that we've done in Nicaragua. It's the same thing that we've done in many, many places all around the world, to maintain the position, quote unquote, that we have at the detriment of other people. So go ahead, Frozo.
You've pretty much summarized exactly. Nothing escapes you, does it? Nothing ever escapes.
Yes, yeah. There's plenty I don't know. I just I'm a quick study. That's all.
Well, you seem to know everything I know, so it's kind of like I can't be surprised you kind of. So, that being said, so it seems to me that so this has all led to, so after the Civil War and everything, this has led to the destruction of civil infrastructure within the country. The country never really recovered from that Civil War. And about, I think it was 2010, 2011, was when there was a massive outbreak of banditry and schmerism coming from the north of the country. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before that, these sort of things had been happening before, like on a down low, but still quite frequent. Like, for example, my primary school back in 2005, 2006, we got held hostage by armed robbers for about 6 hours.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. That was actually the first time I've actually ever seen a gun in my life at that point. So I will never forget that. That will always stay with me.
I would imagine.
But yeah, that was the first time that I ever came into contact or understood banditry in my life. Every other day, every other week, someone got kidnapped, someone got unalived, bodies in the streets. Now it's gotten so much worse that the people have completely turned against one another. Because
hold on, it gave me a restriction.
Oh wow, is it because of what I'm saying?
Yep.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Should I drop and then maybe come back, or?
No, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it's only 10 minutes. So I would just not talk about it anymore.
Yeah. I'll put an X on that then.
Okay. Yeah. Oh no, they don't give a fuck about the cussing. That's not it. It literally said for information that might be quote unquote misinformation, whatever. So yeah. So let me just say this. There's a great article, and I'm not a subscriber of Harriet's. Yes, baby.
My phone was hooked up, but my phone is died.
Well, use this one over there because it might not have, that one in there might not have worked. Or take the cube in your room if you want. Okay. Yeah, it's his story. I know, but I'm just saying. Yeah, Carla, she gets to stay with Tutu for a couple of days because kindergarten has a staggered entry. But anyway, so there's a great article in Harriet's. If you all do not go to Harriet's, it's or read Harriet's, it's HAARETZ.com. I like them, especially when it comes to Middle East information. And so they have this one is a subscriber only article, but the title of the article is, quote, Arms, Massacre, and Denials, Israel's Double Game Between Biafra and Nigeria's Government Revealed in Newly Declassified Documents. This article is from 2023, and it's available. So what part of what Frozo is discussing is contained in this article, and it's a good read. So you can Google it and find out about it.
So I'm just not surprised that I got censored for that, by the way, because on my platform, whenever I say it, I get like, I think the last time the reason I stopped going live is because every time I open my live and I talk specifically about this, or I implicate specific nations that I will not mention by name,
yeah,
I get at least 10 to 15 restrictions.
That's crazy.
Of that live.
So I typically don't get any, and I talk about Israel a lot, but I don't know if it's because of it's the way I do it. And plus, I'm not sharing a personal story the way that you just did, right? So I don't know, but I tend to not get them. So, and I just, I did an appeal. I don't know what they'll do, but the reality is that these are declassified documents that are in the Israeli state archives that talk about what they did in Nigeria. So this is not speculation. Operation Ajax in Iran is not speculation. Operation PB Success is not speculation. Like, these are real initiatives that we undertook in the United States of America. Those two actions are, and the CIA has released those documents, and they're available in my link tree if you want to read them. So
I'm definitely going to be reading them for sure.
Yeah. So what the thing that's important to remember is that they actually say that the CIA has that these are the sanitized versions, right? So that just means that they are clean enough for whatever it is they want you to read or whatever.
Of course.
For me, it's not so much as just like all the detail that may or may not be there. It's the confirmation that it did happen. Yeah. And so that part's important. But yeah, they're in my link tree. There's a whole little section up there that talks about that has a link of these things.
Definitely, we'll be looking at that. And I will try to refrain from talking about my own personal experiences. I will try, only because the only reason I bring it up is because it drives the point home,
right?
That these issues are not normal. What is happening in that country is not normal. It isn't. And the problem isn't the fact that, that the North and the South was merged into one country. That's not the problem, because people can still get along within a large country so long as there is infrastructure and so long as there are institutions that can support that development.
Right.
But the fact that it has deteriorated for so long,
I don't know what I don't know what you're saying, Chris. Go ahead, man.
I never said the GUN word.
Oh, okay. I think that. Yeah, no, I said that word, but go ahead.
Yeah. The fact that there's absolutely no infrastructure. There's no infrastructure in the country. No healthcare, no education, nothing. All of that is obviously going to create the situation that we are in today. And then you've got the bloody civil war. It was the most bloody we've ever had in our history. You have all of that that's creating this situation. This is by no means, this is not natural. This is not normal.
Yeah.
No one can sit there and be like, this is normal.
Yeah.
And you'll find the same things happening in Sudan, Congo, every single place where there is some kind of a civil war. You've got foreign hands in there.
Yeah. Yeah. There's hands in there. Like, listen, so everybody that's in here, can you put a 1 in the chat if you're not familiar with like the Scramble for Africa, or if you're not familiar with the Sykes-Picot Agreement? Yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah, I did say that. Oops, I did say that. Yeah.
Really?
I did say that.
Holy geez, you guys. Okay, so very briefly, because I'm not going to go into them at all, but in the late 1800s, there was a meeting that was held in Belgium by all the European nations, and some folks, and only for me, that's okay. And literally all the European nations got together to decide how they wanted to divide up Africa and which countries were going to get to control which part. So let me see if I can kind of. So this was between the 1880s and 1910, right? So Great Britain, France, Germany, all of that, all of those folks were there. They divided up Africa. They only left Ethiopia and Liberia independent. By 1914, 90% of the continent was claimed by European nations. 90% of the continent of Africa was claimed by European nations. I will also just go ahead and Tell y'all the second part of that. So King Leopold II of Belgium decided that he wanted for himself Congo because of the rubber. And so he took the Congo Free State as his own private property from 1885 to 1908, and during that time committed one of the largest known genocides to take place in history, killing somewhere between around 13 million Congolese people who did not harvest enough rubber for him at the rate in which he felt it ought to be harvested. So yeah, so that also happened during that time, just so people know.
Yeah, so the first conference was actually in Germany. It was called the Berlin Conference, organized by Otto von Bismarck and King Leopold II of Belgium.
Right. Yes. Yep. And that's what prompted so that's what I'm talking about. That conference is where you had 14 Western nations attended. No African leaders were invited or represented. So the German Chancellor Bismarck set the rules for European colonization and trade in Africa. And this is what's known as the Scramble for Africa. I'm using the word Scramble for Africa. You're calling it the Berlin Conference. They're the same thing. And that they occurred between 1884 and 1885. But the act, like the actual colonization, happened all the way up until 1914. And by 1914, 90% of Africa was colonized by European nations. It's also one of the reasons throughout the continent of Africa, people speak multiple languages. They'll speak German, some speak French, some speak English, some speak like the Portuguese, all the different languages, because they were colonized by European countries, and that's what happened. So yeah, like this is the thing. The Sykes-Picot Agreement is when the world leaders, Russia, France, Great Britain, they all got together to decide how they were going to divvy up the Ottoman Empire at the end of World War I. And in that conversation, the agreement was they made an agreement with the surrounding Arab nations that if they kind of helped participate, they agreed to the sovereignty of these Arab nations, and they agreed to respect their sovereignty and their independence. And then they turned right around and made an agreement with the Zionist Federation to establish Israel, which undercut their agreement with the Sykes-Picot. There were several secretive agreements that happened where the British just backstabbed the fuck out of everybody in these conversations. So yeah, so that's your history, folks. Just a dabble of it. So feel free to hang tight. James, I want to get to you real quick. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Gumps. Good morning, James. How are you? James, you look like you got a phone call just now. User 5442. Okay. Yeah. What would you like to share and say this morning?
Well, I was just wondering what your insight was relative to the fact that we have a ceasefire, and now most of the people in the Middle East don't want us to escalate the war, and how are we going to get out of it?
What ceasefire?
There was Trump had said he was going to escalate the attack, and then he turned around and stopped it because what I've heard was he was asked not to do it because of the people's in the Middle East feared further escalation on some of their locations. So now we have a situation where they don't want any escalation of military efforts, but we're stuck because there's no it's just no win or no. I mean, we've given them more power than less.
So we don't have. There is not a ceasefire. They are talking once again about maybe, I am not subscribing to you. You can kiss my ass. No, I'm not. Give me 1 second. Sorry, y'all. No, listen, I am very particular about who I do and I don't subscribe to. This will not be one of them. Give me 1 second. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, I'm in. So this is what I wanted. So there's no ceasefire. They are talking again how they're hopeful that there's going to be some sort of agreement in the coming hours, in the coming whatever. I mean, here's my thought process is very simple. How many times have we been here? We've been here many, many, many times. And so I don't put any stock into these conversations at all. Like literally at all. But what I do want to do, because since you're asking my thoughts about Iran, is I want to share with you an article that and information that is being more widely reported on right-leaning media outlets, but not a whole lot for on the left side of things. So there might be quite a few of you all who haven't read this. Give me a second. I'm trying to kind of pull it up. I am looking for there it is. That's what I want. Okay, are you ready? So according to a report from Reuters, the U.S., and I'm quoting, U.S. has used, quote unquote, virtually all of its long-range precision missiles during Iran, according to Reuters, during the Iran war. The U.S. Army has used up, quote unquote, virtually all of its long-range precision missile stockpiles, specifically Army tactical missile systems and precision strike missiles during the 5-month war with Iran, according to the report from Reuters. Military sources expressed concern that the rapid depletion threatens global readiness, warning that low inventories could severely limit the U.S. military's ability to deter potential conflicts with near-peer adversaries like China and Russia. U.S. Central Command has nearly exhausted its regional munition supply, requiring the Pentagon to transfer land-based precision weapons from stockpiles deployed in other regions around the world. Defense analysts highlight that replenishing the high-end munitions will take years, noting that replacing advanced systems costing over $1 million each creates a window of vulnerability despite recent production increases. The president dismissed concerns, of course he did, over weapons shortages, issuing a statement assuring that the U.S. possesses, quote, far more munitions than anyone in the world, end quote, while defense contractors scale up manufacturing to record levels. So, yeah, this is a problem. If you remember back in March, there was another article that talked about the fact that we had used about 1/3 of our Tomahawk missiles in the first 30 days. Do you all remember this article? And they cost $2 to $3 million each to replace, and it would take several years to manufacture them. Do y'all remember this information? So we are now several months past that. We're 3 or 4 months past March. And we see that it's not just Tomahawk missiles that we have an issue with. It is literally all of our long-range precision missiles. And this is an issue, folks. For me, I don't know why more folks aren't talking about this. And it kind of piggybacks on the conversation that we were having yesterday. The way that I view what's happening with the president and with our Secretary of Defense and things like that, the way I view them is as a national security risk. I believe that, I talked about this yesterday. I don't know if you were watching at all, James, but I said, I want people to stop laughing when he falls asleep in meetings. I want people to stop laughing when he forgets that he gave Fauci an award. I want people to stop laughing when he sticks his foot in his mouth and says something else. I want people to stop laughing when Pete Hegseth quotes Pulp Fiction and believes it's Ezekiel, right? It shows a tremendous amount of ineptitude at the highest levels of our leadership. And that makes us vulnerable. Those are national security risks. It's not funny. And the world is watching. And the world is watching strategically. And I want you all to remember, this is the second go round. The world had the very first Trump administration, right, to get a glimpse of what this would be like. And the world prepared. The world spent 4 years. What's up, Birdman? The world spent 4 years getting ready for the possibility of a second Trump administration, right? We weren't the only ones watching January 6th on TV. The world was watching. And that is one of the reasons why the world has not. Have y'all noticed that the rest of the world hasn't really been shocked or surprised or missed a step because of us? Have y'all not noticed that they've been able to just kind of pick it up and keep going? Have you noticed that Canada has just unleashed these trade deals of epic proportions? So has the UE and India, the EU and India, right? Have you noticed that Canada and China have done their deal, right? Like, this is a thing. And it's really, really important, folks, that we pay attention to. Yes, Michelle, I agree. Michelle said our literal entire administration is a security risk. I agree. And I was talking about this yesterday, and it's something that I don't think people are paying enough attention to. And here's where, to be quite frank, do y'all remember before the 2024 election? And there was like a letter from like 900 former national security intelligence advisors and people in the industry that had all signed this letter about how it would not be great to bring that they were concerned about a second Trump administration. And do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember the document I'm talking about? Right? Hey, Lisa. And so now would be the time. And what was significant about that was that many of them were people that served under Nixon and under Bush and under Reagan. And what I would love to see, what's up, Jess? What I would love to see is those individuals coming out now, making all of the rounds, talking about what they know from a national security perspective, what they know from a military perspective, what they know about like how we are being represented in the world. Appreciate you, Needy. Sending you lots of love, sis, still. About how we are, right? So, well, Darcy, listen, this is my country. Okay. I signed up. I served this country. I don't have to leave. And if you didn't leave under Obama and Biden, you can shut the fuck up and be happy that I'm still here. Or at the very least, put your finger on the screen and leave my life. That's all you got to do. And let me help you. Doo-doo. Done. Okay. So does that answer your question, James?
Well, I just see it as an overall incompetence related to. I have a degree in math, and normally mathematics supersedes the other abilities to recognize when you have issues, because monetarily and financially and the numbers, they should have realized that we were in a bad position. He always said that he saved our military, he saved our position, but in actuality, he's put us in a worse situation. But the powers to be, or the people who need to speak up, refuse to speak up and put him in check. You know, we just find ourselves in a position where the Republican Party just gave control over to this man and put mediocrity in his cabinet, and now we find ourselves in a position where we've lost respect around the world, lost our position, and I think it's thrown the whole world into chaos. We went from multiple powers, respectful powers, to us being the only world power, to now us being in mediocrity. And so we we don't hold the same position or respect that we used to previously.
Yeah, like, so here's the thing, but I don't think the only thing that I think that has thrown the world into chaos is this Iran shit, right? The world has been preparing for this to come, whether it came under a second administration for POTUS, or whether there was somebody else, whether it was a JD Vance, whoever it was, right? The world prepared for this. So these are the things that I really want people to kind of grasp, is that the United States of America, the world has known for a very, very long time who we are and the issues with our country. And Gumps, you're saying exactly what I was about to say. Gumps said, were we respected or just feared because we leveraged our power and aid? And I think it is closer to the second. It's closer to the latter than it is we were respected. And so I think that at least, and I will say that for at least the last 10 years. Right. And so this is my thing. I think that yeah, America does have a fantastic PR team. Except here's the problem, Michelle, is that the internet has changed that. This is the thing. The internet has changed that. And now there are too many sources, too many ways for information to get out, and they have lost the ability to control that. And so I think it's just really important for people to understand that. And it's not, for me, it's not just, so like if someone is mediocre, that means they're just kind of okay. This is not even a mediocre administration. This is a complete and utter failure of an administration, especially when it comes to the people that are sitting in the Secretary of Defense and in the cabinet members, right? So they're not mediocre, in my opinion. They are woefully unqualified for the positions that they are in, and that is why we are at risk the way that we are. I just really, come on, y'all. We got measles is just like ding 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 ding, spreading across the country. You got, like, I don't know, shit growing in your lettuce and in your cheese and this and that, and like it's literally a shit show in so many different ways. And so what they want to do is go, oh, but what about Fauci? If you all do not listen to me when I say this. In this moment, right now, I give less than 0 fucks about what's in Fauci's diary. I don't care. I don't care right now. I don't. I want to get the country back on stable, even if dysfunctional fucking footing. Because, like, listen, if you're dysfunctional, but you're stable in your dysfunction, at least there's that, right? But we're not that. We're not that. I mean, we've always been dysfunctional, but at least we had stability. There was a certain assurance in the level of dysfunction. Like, we knew we were crazy, but we weren't like we weren't going to go off the rocker and whatever. Yeah, Marco, I wouldn't actually. Marco said you would care if it was Trump's diary. No, I wouldn't actually. I literally give less than 0 fucks about him as well. The only thing that I'm concerned about from the president of the United States are the things that he is doing currently and the impact on the American people and our standing as a country. Like, that's it. And what I understand is that the vast majority of it doesn't come directly from him, right? So what I understand is many of these initiatives they come from other places and other people and other think tanks and other organizations. And so those are the things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned with Russell Vought. How about that? Can we talk about Russ? Because that's if you wanted me to pick one person right now that we could get out of the Trump administration, I would choose Russ. I would choose him first. He would be my pick. And then I have like other orders after that. But he would be, if I could just, yes, he is, Jeff. He is. He's horrible. Hey, what's up to Michael? So I'm just saying it's important for people to understand there's a reason that Russell is referred to as the shadow president. Stephen Miller is a minion. Stephen Miller is a minion. And listen, as soon as if Stephen Miller loses the position that he's in, and he has no power, we won't hear from him. You're representing the wrong flags. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm here. So listen, there's a link in the chat. I'm here where you can actually click that link and join the panel so that we can have a fluid conversation. Because right now I'm not able to piece together what you're saying. Oh, welcome, Facts people. Appreciate you guys. Aw. Thank you, Steve, for sending folks. Appreciate it.
The problem, though, is credible and competent leadership gives you stability and gives you a presence that allows other people to react normally or to support you. He is so chaotic that few countries want to get into his chaos. And when we don't have a Congress that is willing to put him in check, his chaos becomes the rule of the day. And so we just, until we get some people who are willing to take back control of our government, we're in an era that anything can happen at any moment. You remember when he said you don't tell your enemies what you're doing? He tells them every day what he might be doing, which throws us into a mess when he turns right around and don't do it. You know, you create more chaos when people can't be assured that your word
Thank you, Steve.
has some value. His word doesn't have any value because he says he's going to do one thing and doesn't do it. So what are you to believe?
But I don't think the rest of the world is worried about what to believe from him. Not world leaders. World leaders already know that about him. They saw that under his first administration. They saw that. So this is the thing that I don't think that people are getting, right? The focus. Okay, so let me just, the way that I want to say it, and let me just, you can have a timeout. I love that this has a function where I can give somebody a timeout. Just have a seat. Okay, so here's the thing. And by the way, thank you, Steve. Welcome, Facts people. Thanks for coming in. All right, so here's my thing. Globally, the world is not going, oh, what's he going to say? And what's he not going to say? What's he going to do? They have already seen his impulse issues and his inconsistency and his chaos from the first term. The world already knows, right? This is about the American people waking up. This is why I keep showing the Roger Stone documentary, A Storm Foretold, because the rest of the world has seen it. They have access to it. It streams in other countries. It just doesn't stream here. And so the rest of the world is looking at us like, what the fuck are y'all doing, America? Y'all want to get yourself together? You know what I mean? Like, that's the conversation. Can you all imagine? We literally need to have where I'm from in the South, we would say a come to Jesus moment, right? A come to the gods and goddesses moment, whatever you want to call it, right? Where we get real about what's happening. We are watching our Congress just literally hand over the keys to the car, the combination to the vault, the literally like all of the things, right? To an administration that has a specific agenda behind it. And I just want to be clear, this agenda is is not the president's agenda. Can we be real about that? Do you all think that any of this is what the president thought he wanted to implement? Or are these things that other people decided they wanted to implement in this country? This is the country they designed. And what would it take to get him to implement it? That's it. He's transactional. Tucker talks about that. It's not his world, darling Nikki. That's the thing. It's not his world. And this is the situation that the Republican Party is in, just so everybody understands this. The position that the Republicans are in, tell me this, who is the front runner? Who's the front runner for the Republican Party right now? Who's the face of the Republican Party? Who is it?
It looks like Donald Trump to me.
After him.
Oh, after him. I have no idea.
They don't have anyone. No, he's not. They can't stand him. And he doesn't have any followers. So meanwhile, it's so funny. Everybody's like, who are the Democrats going to have in 2028? Who the fuck are the Republicans going to have in 2028? Because y'all don't know either. But that just shows you. Do you want to know one of the reasons why? Is because we have not been building. Right. I'm just saying there is nobody. I don't care if he announces he's running again. That man ain't running nowhere except home. Listen, POTUS is not running anywhere but home. And I'm just going to be very frank with you all. What 2028 looks like has a lot to do and has everything to do with what the fuck you do in 2026. That's literally what it is about. It is about what are you going to do in 2026?
But Danny, that's what I'm saying to you. What this government has done has not put us toward any better position. This man has spent more money on the military than ever. Now we're talking about we got shortages. We don't have any direction in terms of our economy. We're just floundering in every possible way that we can be. And part of that comes because nobody has any real assurance about our leadership. Under Barack Obama, we were hopeful and positive and going in the right direction. Even when he made missteps, the world thought positive of him. He was a rock star around the world. He was a normal. How can I say this, y'all? He was a normal leader in the West. And you expected him to use kindness and be responsible. Even Joe Biden had a kindness and responsibility. He thought things out. This man just does stuff, and it always seems to be about him. That's why when all the money that he's made himself and his family, it's about him and where he gonna be 4 years from now or 2 years from now. Yeah, Tina, so, I hear the beeping. It's probably in chains. The problem that we have right now, more than anything, is Congress. I literally need for people to understand this. The biggest scandal, the biggest danger that we have right now is the Republican Senate. Relinquishing control to him. They are the greatest threat to this country. And that is why the midterms are so critical. Yes. This is why the midterms are so critical. So let me ask you all, if you heard me say it the other day, don't cheat. But if you weren't in here and you didn't hear me say the number, can you tell me how many seats we have that are up for election right now in the Senate? Take a guess. How many seats are available in the Senate this year? Less than 10, right? No. Look at all these, y'all all over the damn place. I thought it was less than 10. There are 33 Senate seats up for election this year. 33. But most of those are almost guaranteed by where they are.
So one of the things that I want people to understand is that there's no such thing as almost guaranteed, right? So I just want to be clear. You would have thought that Viktor Orban was guaranteed, but with 80% voter turnout, that shit was not guaranteed, was it? And he went home. And I just want to say this. If Hungary can send Viktor Orban home after having their constitution rewritten and after having their liberties taken away and their civil rights infringed upon, if Hungary can send Viktor Orban home, we can send this administration home. They accomplished it with an 80% voter turnout. Crossmore, number one, I don't believe you. Do you want to know why I don't believe you? Because you're still in my damn chat and not on my panel. You got invited to the panel and you are still in the chat. So yeah, I don't believe you. I don't take you seriously at all. Let your fingers do the walking. Some of y'all remember that from the Bell Yellow Pages days. So, I mean, just to like be clear, right? If you are in my chat, if you're in the comments and you are jippity jipping your jaws and you get invited to this panel to have a real conversation and you do not come, I do not take you seriously. I don't even waste my time, my thought, and my energy because you are not serious. If you were serious, you would be ready to engage in the conversation on the issues, and you're not. Period. I had something pulled up, and I want to see if I can find it really quickly. So facts, people, this is important. So I want to go over it again if you guys didn't hear it. So for the facts folks that just came in, did facts cover the article from Reuters about our long range precision missiles? Did facts cover that for you guys? Yes or no? Because this is an important article that is getting missed significantly on the progressive side of the house, and it's important. No, okay, so there's an article that came out that's really important, and for whatever reason, on the left side of the aisle, it's not getting talked about a ton. So listen to this. And so I'm reading from, so I like ground news just because you can find articles that are considered to be like blind spots because they're not getting enough coverage on one side of the aisle or the other, right? So 38% of the sources carrying this story are 38% of them are center leaning. It's coming up now. The left is starting to pick up on it a little bit more. It was 17%. Now it's up to 33% and 29% Republican. But here it is. So Big Mike, you're spamming the comments, so you're muted. Okay, so here's the article. The U.S. Army has used up, quote unquote, virtually all of its long-range precision missile stockpiles, specifically Army tactical missile systems and precision strike missiles during the 5-month war with Iran, according to this report from Reuters. Military sources expressed concern that the rapid depletion threatens global readiness, warning that low inventories could severely limit the U.S. military's ability to deter potential conflicts with near-peer adversaries like China and Russia. U.S. Central Command has nearly exhausted its regional munitions supply, requiring the Pentagon to transfer land-based precision weapons from stockpiles deployed in other regions and around the world. Defense analysts highlight that replenishing the high-end munitions will take years and note that replacing advanced systems costing over $1 million each creates a window of vulnerability despite recent production increases. President Donald Trump dismissed concern over these weapons shortages, issuing a statement assuring that the U.S. possesses, quote unquote, far more munitions than anyone in the world, while defense contractors scale up manufacturing to record levels. I want to remind you all, right, that there was an article that came out in March, several of them, that talked about the fact that we blew through a third of our Tomahawk missiles in the first 30 days of the war with Iran. Hella, Raja, right? If you don't remember that. And those suckers cost $2 to $3 billion to make. This is an issue that everyone should be talking about. And it's an issue that, regardless of your political ideology or your political leaning, should be of concern to you. If you consider yourself to be a Republican, a conservative, and you believe that we should be America first and we should have the strongest military ever, well, you can't be but so strong when you ain't got shit to work with. Nobody is on the field with a bayonet. It's not happening, right? So it matters. Well, we did actually, right? And so it's really important. All right, see you later, Frozo. And it's really serious because it impacts us. And if you do not think that Vladimir is paying attention, if you do not think that China is paying attention, if you do not think that the other countries and adversaries are paying attention, you would be mistaken. Of course they are. Of course they are. And I wouldn't put it past them. I'm sure Jeff might think that as well, as I wouldn't pass them for there to be an ongoing strategy about how long to drag things out and how far to deplete our resources, because we have an administration whose leadership is not competent. We have a Secretary of Defense who is not competent, who cannot do the job, is not qualified. And when you are running around with your big boy ego, Tarzan beating your chest, oh, we have the warrior ethos, quoting Pulp Fiction, like you're fucking playing Battleship at home, right? You can be suckered because you don't know what strategy looks like. You don't know what, do I have a military background? I do, Donna, I do. Right? And so it matters. Y'all, please don't talk to the trolls. Y'all know good and well. So Manolo, if you want to join the panel, you can, because that is the only way that you will be heard from now on, because you have been muted. Just saying. So, all right, let me, because there's a couple of other things that I want to talk about as well. But let me go to Lewis. So Lewis, do you know that you're on the panel, my friend? Exactly, Michelle. Lewis, going once, going twice. Nope. Okay. On this note, though, I want to talk about a couple of things. The Senate seats that are open. So right now, Joni Ernst's seat in Iowa is an open seat. And here's what's interesting about this seat. So can we talk about this for a second? Yeah, Missy, I know that Blanche's confirmation hearing is going on right now. And I'm just going to be very direct. I'm not playing and listening to it because A, I don't want to hear anybody grandstanding for their fucking sound bites and their social media reels. B, I don't want to hear any lies and fuckery that come out of his mouth. And C, I can't change the outcome. And after that, it goes on to a Senate vote. And then it'll be up to that. Right? So 22 of the, you said 35, I saw 33, but 22 of those seats are currently GOP. And so there is a huge opportunity to flip things. So I'm going to talk about the seats really quickly. Okay. So let's talk about them. So the seats that we have that would be considered battleground seats, I want to cover those first. Okay. And it's interesting because the battleground seats that are Democrat, there's only three. And that's New Hampshire, which has Shaheen. That is Georgia, which has John Ossoff. John, I don't know what I just said. John Ossoff. I think I said Joe. John Ossoff. And then Michigan, which has an open Gary Peters seat. Okay. So those are the three Democratic Senate seats that are considered to be battleground seats that are open in this election. Three. Now, and they're battleground. Now, here's what's funny, because guess how many Republican are battleground? Thank you guys. Thanks for the clarification, Hill. So the Republicans actually have more battlegrounds than we do. So you've got Maine, which is Susan Collins, Ohio, which is John Newstead. You've got North Carolina, which is Tom Tillis's open seat. And I love the fact that Roy Cooper is running for that seat because North Carolinians, they like Roy Cooper. So that's a great thing. Florida, you've got the incumbent Ashley B. Moody. Texas is John Cornyn. Iowa is Joni Erst's seat. Nebraska is Pete Ricketts. Montana is Steve Daines, which is an open seat. Nancy G, the confirmation hearing is going on right now. This is just to get it out of committee, and then it goes for a full Senate vote. The earliest they can do a full Senate vote is Saturday. And then Alaska is Dan Sullivan. Okay? So listen to the states that I just named again. Alaska, Montana, Nebraska, Texas, Iowa, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and Maine. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those 9 Republican seats are battleground seats for the Senate. And they are super duper opportunities to flip things and make some shit happen. So what I want to do now is, I don't like doing this, but I'm going to give you just a little bit of the numbers because we don't have the 2026 margins. It doesn't do that because it's not doing whether or not the state is purple. It is doing whether or not it's battleground or not. And I can also show you which ones are non-battleground, but first I want to talk about battleground states first. Okay. Shelly, did you mean to request up? Shelly. Good morning, DJs. Nope. Okay. Yes, Jeff. Okay, I got you. So when we talk about battleground seat, that means that it is like a swing state. It's a battleground. It is a state with very few margins. And so what Jeff just said is exactly where I was going. Of the 12 seats, those 9 seats, the 9 that I just named, right, have a 10% margin or less. So do you all remember me talking about the election data and focusing on the counties that had margins of 10% or less? Yeah. Yep, sure did. Left that a D. It's okay. You knew what I meant. And so this is part of the same thing that we're talking about. So we've done this when it comes to House races, and we are now doing the same thing when it comes to Senate races. Okay. So why is this also a big deal? Because who can tell me since 2024, what margin are Dems running at? Dems are running at what since the presidential election? It was plus 13. I don't know if it's plus 10 or not now, but it was plus 13 at one time. So let me give you a little bit of the numbers from the existing years. Are you ready? I am laughing at you. All V, you would have come during the panel. Oh, I'm cracking up. So Albie said, remember, guys, the CDC doctor went to a congressional meeting and pled the fifth. Remember, folks, POTUS went to depositions and pled the fifth. Folks, remember, guys, the president of the United States, he went into depositions and he pled the fifth. So did his friend, Jeffrey Epstein. And so did, I can't, I'm sorry. It just made me laugh. Sorry. Oh my God. It's how I read those things. Because look, just here's, if you want to do something fun, just do this. Donald Trump pled the fifth how many times? Donald Trump invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 440 times during a single 4-hour civil deposition on August the 10th of 2022. In 4 hours. That means in 1 hour, you are saying I plead the fifth 100 times, more than 100 times an hour. I do not think it is smart to send trolls across the internet saying, Fauci pled the fifth, because y'all ass live by the fifth. Y'all live by the fifth. Epstein, fifth. General Flynn, fifth. Sidney Powell, fifth. If I pull up them January 6th deposition transcripts right now, all of they asses, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Jared Kushner, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Hush your mouth. Ain't nobody listening to you. All right. So, Michael, give me 1 second. Let me grab my water, and then I'm going to get right to you guys. Hold on 1 sec. I just need my water. Because, holy geez. Oh, my gosh. Y'all make me laugh sometimes. Oh, my word. If nothing else, you're entertaining. All right. I just needed water, guys. Okay. So let's get back to these seats. Okay, here we go. All right. I hope everybody is good. Right. So here we go. What's up, Tracy? Good to see you. Let me get back to this one. Okay, so here we go. So listen to this. In 2020, I don't know, Scotty, to be honest. So I want to give you what the 2020 margin was and what the 2024 margin was for these particular states. Are you ready? So in Alaska, it is Republican plus 13, and it was like Republican 12.7 in 2020 and 13 in 2024. Florida, it was plus 13. Georgia, in 2020, it was plus 1.2, and then Republicans for the presidential election, it was plus 2.2. Iowa, plus 13. Maine in 2020 was plus 8.6 for Republicans. Dems now sitting at 6.9, plus 6.9 as of 2024. Michigan. Y'all, not this whole thing. Closing out. I got you, Jeff. Sorry, guys. Michigan, plus 1.4 on the Republican side. Montana, this is where, like Montana, it's wild to me because on a state level, Montana, I don't know. Anyway, Montana is running at plus 19. Nebraska runs at plus 20. New Hampshire runs blue at plus 2.8%. North Carolina in 2024 plus 3.3. Ohio plus 11 Republican. Texas plus 13.6 Republican. And so these are the Senate seats. Now you figure if Dems are running, yeah, I figured it would, Tara. So you figure if Dems are running at plus 10 to plus 13, that is a super close margin for the vast majority of those. That puts at plus 10 to plus 13, that puts Alaska in play. That puts Florida in play. That puts Iowa in play. That puts Ohio in play. That even puts Texas in play. Did y'all hear me? Yeah, North Carolina, definitely in play. Sorry, I missed North Carolina. So let me say this again. With Dems running at plus 10 to plus 13, that puts Alaska, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas in play. So 8. How many of the list here? 1, 2. Alaska, Florida. Look at me counting again. Alaska, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas. So 8. Gotcha. So that is 8 of those Republican Senate seats that are in play because they have margins of plus 13 or less, and Dems are performing at plus 10 to plus 13. And this is where we get busy and we do the work. And we have the conversations, right? Cindy, did you mean to request up? I don't know why people aren't clapping, Kim. Aren't tapping. I said clapping. Because I know how we say clapping is tapping. Or tapping is clapping. Yo, I swear I think I have bronchitis. I swear I do. Because I've had this yucky cough and this congestion stuff for months now. And it ain't going nowhere. So typically, glowworm, yes. Typically, what happens in the midterms is it goes back and forth, right? No, not really. So it's this really cough, and I have to work really, really hard for the cough to be productive, but it is productive. And then, like, even last night when I was working really hard to cough, you could hear like a little whistle at the end. I was coughing last night and I was like, did I just whistle? So it's not a dry cough. It's not. It's productive for sure. Yeah, I take oil of oregano every day. So that's not it. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's why I said I think it's bronchitis. I got hot tea too. MG Rocket's right over there. So, yeah, you know, I will. I told y'all I will. So really quickly, I didn't see if Cindy meant to request up or not. But so the other thing that I want to do is, so the same way that that I've done the spreadsheets on the House seats, it's time to do those for the Senate seats. And so my goal originally was to have all of those done when we were 90 days out, right? Michigan, who do we vote for? Abdul. We vote for Abdul in Michigan. Hands fucking down during the primaries. We vote, let me say this again. For the primaries in Michigan, we vote for Abdul. That's who we vote for. And let me tell you something. When he wins, it is going to be a declarative statement with a fucking period that AIPAC's days of running this country are over, and that yeah, shit is changing. Just being clear. Yeah, like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Yeah, it's Abdul, 100%. They spent $41 million in this primary, folks. They spent, so like for me, so let me tell you why I said period instead of exclamation mark. Exclamation marks aren't like the end of things, right? Period is the end. Done. Doop. Doop, doop. Right? So just saying. Yeah, they're voting in Michigan right now. Right, Shawnee. They spent $41 million in a fucking primary. But she has to. So how many of y'all, because y'all know I played this yesterday, I believe, and I'm happy to play it again. I got some fax people in here. So let me ask you this. So for my folks that are in faxes lives and came over here, number one, glad you're here. Thanks for being here. Number two, if you have not heard Haley Stevens speak about her relationship with Israel, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you've never heard Haley Stevens clip talking about her relationship with Israel and how she feels about Israel. Really? Okay, I got y'all. We're gonna do it again. I've played it a lot. We're gonna play it again today. It's so funny. My computer, as soon as I start to type her name, it pulls the clip up. It pulls it right up. Doop, doop. Like, oh, boss, you want this? Yes, I do. Thank you very much. All right, so here we go. He played it for you several times. You know, I've played it several times too, Hill. Because it's like, yeah, just saying. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to share it and play it. And here we go. You ready? Make sure. Okay.
In the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people. In the United States,
Israel comes to her in her dreams. Let me just tell y'all something. No, she doesn't. She doesn't sound like the GOP. She sounds like many of the Democrats who are also Christian Zionists. She sounds like exactly who she is. That's Haley Stevens from Michigan. Listen, folks, I need for y'all to understand this shit right here. When we have a conversation, when we talk about Israel and the United States of America, that is not a partisan conversation. That is not a partisan conversation, because the leadership within the Democratic Party and the leadership within the Republican Party are all complicit and are all compromised when it comes to that relationship. That is not a partisan conversation. And so we have to be very, very clear about that. Just saying, because that's the truth. When Ted Cruz sits in front of Tucker Carlson and says, I joined the Senate to be the most pro-Israel senator there is, that's a problem for me. You are literally joining our Congress and you are becoming leaders in our country for another country. No, I can't stand Chuck Schumer's ass either. of the potential seats, 2 of the 9 got elected pre-MAGA. So most of them got elected after that. Okay, good to know, right? Rafael Cruz. Right, Elena. I said it yesterday. I like to call him Rafael every chance I get so that he remembers. His name is Rafael, not Ted. All right, so here's what I'm going to do, because there are people that have requested up. I do not know if you meant to request, so I'm going to bring you up to the panel, and then if you didn't mean to request, I will drop you down. If you do get brought to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, and just remember the ground rules for this space. The ground rules are: be respectful, do not use slurs of any kind, don't spam my comments, and don't type in all caps. If you are typing in all caps, that's a problem, because I have people in this community that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those people. Got it? All right, so here we go. All right, Top Gas. Good afternoon, how are you? Top Gas, did you know that you requested up? Nope. Panther King, do you know that you're on the panel? What's up, Noop? Panther King, do you know that you have requested up and that you're on the panel? Nope. All right, just me. Did you know that you requested up?
Actually, no.
I got you. No worries, I got you. Okay. All right, that was easy. Y'all see that? So guys, this is a great thing to do every now and again, is look down at the bottom of your TikTok screen. If the 2 little people at the bottom of your screen are gray, that means you have requested up to the panel, whether that's by accident or not. So just check it, okay? If they are pink and blue, you have not requested up, and you can actually request up to join the panel. So James, was there anything else that you wanted to add to the conversation or bring up and discuss?
Well, that was pretty much it.
I got you. Appreciate you, as always. Good afternoon, Godson. How are you?
I'm okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
55.
Well, ahead of time. That's all right. What would you like to share or say?
Well, I was just talking about your cover to this Iranian war, immediate immigration, ICE, blank hearings, affordability, healthcare, etc. Well, I really feel like we got way more important things to worry about than this. The threat is right on our soil. Where I live at, they're marching down there screaming death to America, and they're not playing. We have way more things to worry about. The president is okay. He's done exactly what he said. Save black jobs. Where I work at, we had 50 illegal immigrants. Since Trump in there, all 50 gone. And guess how many black people are working now? About 48 out of that 50. So we got happy young blacks up in there, never had a good paying job like that in their life. Changed their life. And it's happening all across the board. But I just feel like the president is the best person for this times. He see the threat.
So, Godson, I have a question for you. Godson, hold on a second, because you joined and you started to read off, and now you're talking about the president. Can you? I'm curious as to why, because there's nothing in my prompt that is discussing the president.
Well, it's the Iran war. So
okay, but so the Iran war is, it doesn't say, it doesn't, no, it's.
The president gave the code.
Okay, so let me, hold on, listen. If I wanted to discuss the president, I would have the president up here. So when we discuss the Iran war, right, we're actually talking about the war itself. So I'm not sure how long you've been in here, but there's significant concerns. Can you do me a favor and let me finish my sentence and don't interrupt? Thanks. So there is significant concern, and rightfully so, because we have depleted virtually all of our long-range precision missiles in this 5-month war with Iran. it is putting us in a very vulnerable position when it comes to our peer-to-peer adversaries like Russia and China. When you couple that with the fact that we blew through a third of our Tomahawk missiles in the first 30 days, right? And all of these different things, the long range missiles, our Tomahawks, all of them take, $1 or $2 million a piece to make. And it takes 2 to 3 years to build up and replenish our stockpile. So it leaves us vulnerable. So that's one thing when we talk about the Iran war and the impact. And that's a significant one, right? So that would be one thing. The other issue that we look at with the Iran war is the impact on our supply and what that looks like in terms of gas prices and fuel, and not just gas prices, but prices across the board, because so much of the world is running on, they rely on diesel for the ships and the planes and the things that bring us our materials all around the world. So we have the increase in cost that comes with that, what we've seen already, and then what we know is to come. So when we talk about the Iran war, those are the things. No, I'm not having, if I wanted to discuss the president, I would put the president up here, but he's not here.
Okay, well, as far as our missiles and all of that, our generals, I trust our generals. We got that. They've been saying this for
Have you ever served in the
years.
military?
No, but I
have.
My uncle is, I just talked to him. We had a family reunion.
So your uncle,
he's
listen.
still serving now. He's going over there now.
Godson.
He's doing
Godson.
convoy runs.
Godson. Can you tell me your uncle's rank in the military and his MOS?
Well, I know he's been in there. I know he served 29 years, and he's been to Iraq and other places during the convoys like 3-4 times. So he has 30-something years in the military.
Okay, so
I just spoke with him 2 days ago.
Okay, so hold on a second. So the question that I'm asking you, so can you tell me what his rank is? And do you know what his job and what his...
I just told you should know about his rank if he's been in there 30-something years.
30 years doesn't determine your rank.
Well, he's done it all, so that's enough. He served our country.
Well, no, that's not enough.
That's not enough.
No,
so
it's not enough. And so, and let me share with you what I mean.
Served 30+ years?
Let me share with you what I mean.
Have you served 30+
Godson,
years? So
hold on a second. Godson. The reason why I'm asking you specifically.
My uncle. You said my uncle's service is not enough.
No, that's not what I said. Not enough for this conversation. Not enough for this conversation. And here's the reason why.
Can I finish my point?
No, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and you're going to stop interrupting me. You're going to stop interrupting me and talking over me. Stop.
But you won't
stop. Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
So you can be in the military 20 years and still be an E6. You could be in the military 20 years being E6 and never been deployed. You can be in the military, have been in 25 years and not have anything to do with weapons, right? So your MOS, which is why I ask you what your uncle's MOS is, the MOS matters because you don't have access to certain different types of information and experiences. So when I say that just being in the military for 29, 30 years is not enough, what I mean is his opinion isn't the end all be all of this conversation, right? So here's what I know. And he could be a cook, all those things, right? So if Jeff wanted to come up, if Guido, if Don Juan, if Jen is in here and wants to come up. So when you say you trust your generals, the issue is, let me ask you this question. Are you familiar with the number of generals and top level officials in our military that have either gotten resigned or early retired or gotten rid of?
I really don't care about them because
hold
I know
on,
they're
Godson, hold on.
Democratic. I know they're Democrat general.
I'm going to finish my statement and you're going to stop talking over me. It's just rude.
But the number
It's
one
just
country is
rude.
Iran.
Did you hear me say?
I'm right next door to him, screaming death to.
When you decide that you want to be respectful, then you can join my panel. I'm not going to let you just sit up here and continue to interrupt me and act fucking crazy. It is crazy that a 55-year-old grown man cannot simply sit the fuck down and wait your turn to speak. It's crazy work to me. If you are 55, yes, that's how old he said he was, then you should be able to wait your turn and have a respectful conversation. And if you can't, then this is not the space for you. Period. Go somewhere else where people can scream at each other and act crazy. Godson, do you understand? I don't care. I believe in free speech. If someone is screaming death to America, that's their business. I don't care what someone says. I don't care. And don't type in all caps. It's also one of the things. I only asked for 4 things, y'all, and they're not super difficult. So, listen, y'all, when you sit up here and your behavior is when you're not right to exactly that. Holy jeez. All right, folks. When I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. I would greatly appreciate it. It's really important, folks, to just be able to have a respectful conversation. Like real talk. Well, he got cut off because he would not let me finish my sentence. That's why he got cut off. Okay, so I'm going to go on this panel. I'm going to go Jen. I'm going to go Jeff, then Jen, then Haas, and then Be Real if Be Real connects.
You can skip me to Jen, Dani, if you want. I'm just here to provide support and extra detail as needed.
Okay, appreciate it.
I finally got around to updating my profile.
I see. I said, who this? Knew you.
Yeah, it's not the little green worm anymore.
Love that. Jen, you wanna pop in here?
My name. I was kind of listening, but I was also working. So
yeah, no, literally, it's just so Godson was on here talking about that. He was just talking about he didn't care. He didn't care about the depletion of our missiles or any of that because he trusts our generals. Our generals, quote unquote, got this. And the generals that left and the top advisors, the top military officials that left, he didn't care about them because he knows they're just all Democrats.
That's just stupid.
Right. And so my point to him was, I don't care who you are. We should all care about. So I know you're working. So I don't know if you heard me talk about the Reuters report. But the reality is when they are saying that we have depleted, quote unquote, virtually all of our long range precision missiles in this war with Iran in 5 months, and you couple that with depleting 30% of our Tomahawk missiles in the first 30 days, there's legitimate concern for our vulnerability globally, especially when it comes to our peer-to-peer relationships like Russia and China.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, how many service members do we have in the Middle East right now? How many service members do we have in Europe? Because they're talking about pulling service members out of Europe.
So this is the other thing it talks about. So listen to this. U.S. Central Command has nearly exhausted its regional munition supply, which has required the Pentagon to transfer land-based precision weapons from stockpiles deployed in other regions around the world.
Yeah.
You are correct. I'm going to say it again, Godson. I don't care if Iranians are screaming death to America. No, I don't care. Do you want to know why? Because I understand what free speech looks like. And I also know what the United States of America has done in Iran. If I lived in Iran, I probably wouldn't like us either. And so they're allowed to feel how they fucking feel. Screaming death to America does not mean you deserve to die. In case you don't know what human rights are. We're not supposed to kill people because they scream death to America. Like maybe that's some shit you don't understand. That is free speech. And I done told you, don't type in all caps. Now you're about to get blocked because you don't know how to follow rules. You're acting like a child.
The amount of the upper echelon that has either been fired or left because of this administration puts us in such a bad position, because what they're doing is they're weeding them out to get the people who will do what they tell them to do, no questions asked.
Right.
Which goes against the whole oath that you take when you serve. That's what's happening.
Yeah. And so I just also, because he said he's 55, he said his uncle is in the military. His uncle. But he couldn't tell me his uncle's rank or his MOS. Now, if he's 55 and he's talking about his uncle, I'm going to say his uncle got to be at least 10 years older than him. Maybe at least. So that puts his uncle at 65. What 65-year-old you know? Heading over. I'm just saying.
Let me put it in context. So when people talk about years of service and rank, those mean nothing when it comes to your experience.
Yep.
I had the last year that I was in before I got out, there were people that were private first class specialists and just got their sergeant's ranks who had been deployed 3 to 4 and 5 times. And we were being told by a brand new second lieutenant who just got out of his officers training academy that he knew what he was doing and we would do what he told us to do and there would be no questions asked. And we should have laughed in his face and said, dude, go back into the office and go push the papers around because you have no idea what you're talking about. That's a problem.
Right. Just saying. So like I asked specifically, can you tell me his rank and his MOS? Because if you're going to tell me something your uncle said about our weapon supply, I'm going to need a little more detail. But
yeah, did he ever deploy? I mean,
he said he's been deployed, but anything, whatever.
But yeah, different MOSs means you know different things.
Yes.
Like I'm not going to talk about an MOS that I wasn't.
Right. Just saying. He's driving a truck. Yeah, I did hear something about him saying something about convoys, which don't mean anyway. It's just really wild to me, which is why I was like, if any of my other veterans want to come up here, feel free. Because it was just crazy work. And the thing about it is, and so let me just also say this, folks, there are going to be times when I cut people off because this is my platform and I am responsible for the information that I allow to be spread on this platform. So I know that there are other platforms that let people lie for 5 fucking minutes straight. I am not one of those people, right? When you start to say some shit that's not true, I'm gonna stop you for a moment and we're gonna address the thing that you said. Because what I'm not gonna do is let you lie for 5 minutes and then try to go back and try to figure out all the lies, because people pop in and out of here. So people might hear you for 1 minute and not stay to hear the correction 10 minutes later. So I'm not gonna do that. It's my responsibility to address what gets said when it gets said on this platform. So when you say what I consider to be not intelligent things or blatantly false things, I'm going to interrupt you and I'm going to address them right then in that moment. You don't like that, leave. This is not hard, folks. Nobody is holding your ass hostage in this live. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. You want to argue with people? Go on a live. You want to just say random shit with no facts and no basis? Start your own live. Like, you got the opportunity to do all of that. So what's here is the way that I do it. You don't like my house? Don't come in. You come in my house, you don't like what you see? Leave. It's not hard. Okay? So, appreciate you, Jen.
Hey, Danny, I pulled up the figures on the stockpile depletion from some sources for you if you want the numbers on it.
Yeah, of course
it's
I do.
Pretty bad. So we have used up about 1,200 Patriot missiles, a little over 1,000 Tomahawk missiles, approximately 250 THAAD interceptors, over 1,100 JSAMs, and just so you guys are aware, that's a little between 50 and 60% of our Patriot supply. That's about 1/3 of our Tomahawk supply. That's about 50% of our THAAD supply. And that's approximately 50% of our JSAM and PSRM supply. And to give context to that, we only can produce about 800 missiles a year with our current infrastructure. So it's going to take anywhere from half a decade to a decade to replace what we've already depleted, and we're still going. And that's at current structure. Even if they were able to ramp up production, producing the infrastructure to then produce more missiles is going to take years as well. And that leaves us strategically vulnerable in other areas of the globe.
And that's the part right there and what have we gotten for it, Jeff? That's my thing. We haven't gotten shit for it. Higher gas prices, higher regular prices, like, that's it. It's really crazy that this is, go ahead.
And that's not even counting that those are becoming obsolete with, the modern warfare tactics, with, the drone warfare and, guerrilla tactics that are going on, and all these other things that even if they were to replace them, they've now been rendered obsolete. So now we're talking about replacing things that are no longer as functional as they used to be with the way modern tactics are, and having to build new infrastructure on top of that just to replace them, and then build more new infrastructure to create more modernized weapons. So that we're just sitting ducks right now, honestly.
Can I build on that for a second?
Mm-hmm.
On top of having new types of weaponry, that means new training. And they're not even keeping up with the current training that they're supposed to be doing for soldiers because they don't have the money to fund it.
Yeah.
I know, because I saw friends that serve, I saw people that I keep in contact with, like specific training as far as like medical readiness, having combat medics, not your full medics, but your guys that can do IVs real quick, bandage up real quick. They're not doing basic trainings to keep up with current standards, but they're going to start using new weaponry that nobody knows how to use. They're just, it's a setup for failure because they don't have long-term visions. They're just here and now, and we're just going to go out and bomb everybody. That's what it is.
Yeah. And let me just say this. Anybody that wants to start this, oh, well, Iran could, this is all worth it if Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. First of all, they were not on the path to having nuclear weapons. They were not. They were complying with the JCPOA. Before I even talk about all the other countries, can you name for me the only country in the world that has used nuclear weapons? It's us, in case y'all didn't know. It's us. We're the only people that have actually used them. Us.
And you didn't even have to use it.
And Israel has an estimated, on the low end, 80 nukes. Israel has never ever allowed an independent inspection of their nukes, ever. If we are concerned about nukes in the Middle East, why did the President of the United States just say Saudi Arabia could have them? Right? And we surely don't want to talk about Iran and treatment of women if we're not going to talk about Saudi. Right? We're not going to do that either. So I just think it's really important that people stop with this nonsense that's not accurate. Okay? So I'm going to go Haas and then Good Trouble and then Brooklyn. Haas, what's up? What's your age for TikTok purposes?
Oh, I'm in my 40s, so well above the threshold. It's unfortunate. This war was so unnecessary, and it wasn't needed at all. I think you had a great agreement in place from 2015. But of course, classical Donald Trump, he wants to put his own there. And so he couldn't stand, in my opinion, again, this is my interpretation of it, he couldn't stand Obama working out an agreement that actually worked, that kept everything in place. There was a lot of pressure, obviously, put on the Trump administration from Israel, because Israel was going to do what it was going to do, and so they knew that Trump was going to get involved and somehow bail him out. But I'm shocked and appalled by one fact, and that is that the United States government or the military is running out of arms. Like $1 trillion a year is spent on military expenditure. $1 trillion, right? And after 60 days, you're running out of certain weapons. Like that shouldn't be the case at all. What happens now if China uses this information and says, "Oh, you know what? I mean, we can go and take over Taiwan." What do you do then in that case? You're spread too thin. You can't fight all of these wars, and that's why you got to kind of pick and choose. The ones that are critical to you, and not to other nations. I just can't understand how you're running out of weapons. That's just beyond me.
Well, when you have folks that are running things that aren't the best options and don't have the expertise and aren't qualified to do the job, that's how you can run out of weapons. When you're worried about your warrior ethos and your testosterone level rather than appropriate national security, that's part of the problem. So, yeah. Good Trouble. Good afternoon, and how are you? Good Trouble. What's up, Dolphin?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Hi, Dani.
Hello. How are ya?
I'm good. Hey, I'm never on your panel, ever, but I'm always in your space. I'm not even up here for you. I came up here to cuss out Dan, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I was able to calm down. Dan in the comments. I let him trigger me. I'm not gonna do it. I was able to calm down.
Good. I love that.
I'm not even gonna do it because I respect you enough. I'm not gonna do it. I love you dearly. I'm gonna go ahead and drop.
Good.
But he was about to get it. Oh my God. Let me let you go.
I got you. Appreciate you. I'm glad you were able to breathe and calm down. No worries. Yeah, we love that. Listen, you guys, you got to understand that some of the folks that are here, they're just here to rage bait. Like that's the purpose. And to distract and to try to upset people and try to do whatever. And so they're just not serious people. So AJ, I don't have Hatem Gaza blocked that I'm aware of at all. So yeah, that's not something that I have. One of the mods can check, but I don't have them blocked. Yes, pausing is always great. Yeah, it does. Sometimes they think they're blocked and they're not. So he's not blocked. Hatem has been on my panel and gotten help. So, yeah. Good afternoon, Brooklyns. How are you?
Good afternoon. 67 years old. looking at your prompt, the Iran war was unnecessary, right? Obama had already set things in place. Anything, I believe he's really, when I say he, I usually call him it, but he is, anything that has to do with Obama, he wants to flip or change or put his name over it. The Iran war was started without congressional approval. It's causing us many dollars per day. And it's also causing now, I think it was, he wanted to go away from what was in the news, which was the e-files and the, what was her name? Eugene Carroll. He wanted a distraction, right? So this war was started unnecessarily. Now we have a depletion. Now this country is insolvent. He's also made it to the point where other countries that used to think that they were our allies no longer want to deal with America. They don't want to deal with America. And as far as immigration and ICE, that's a tactic by, like you said, people who don't know what they're doing. And it's basically against brown and black people. We don't need them on the streets. If that's the case, then what the hell is the police for? So when it comes to affordability, health care, all of that, they don't care. The more that people, I just found out in reference to health care here that people are paying for Medicaid now. Paying. Never paid in their life, and they're paying for Medicaid. Why? When they paid into the system, a lot of them. They worked since they were, like myself, I worked since I was 16, and I'm still working for a major airline. So I don't get, well, I do get that, like you said, him and the cabinet, they don't know what they're doing. I don't call this a government. I call it a criminal enterprise. And the money is going to other countries, not just Iran and the weaponry, but also to Israel. So we have money going all over the place. And we need to be concerned with what's going on right now because we're vulnerable. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, no, we definitely are vulnerable. I think that, so it's important when we talk about Medicaid to know that a lot of the changes that are taking place, of course, because Medicaid is part state funded and part federally funded. And so different states have different ways of doing their Medicaid programs. That's going to be a state by state basis. But we know that there are lots of people that have lost coverage. There are people who cannot afford to purchase their Medicaid or their health insurance from the marketplace anymore. And those are all because of changes that came last year through the one big beautiful bill under budget reconciliation. The thing that's important for people to understand, if I could apply it back to the midterms, is that if you want to see those things changed and reversed, then when you have a progressive majority in Congress, in the House and in the Senate, you have the ability, literally next year, spring of 2027, to reverse engineer the budget reconciliation package that was done last year and put those things back in place and maybe even improve upon them where necessary. And so that's a talking point that I don't know why Democrats and progressives aren't using, but it's something that everyone would benefit from, right? And so that's something that I just want people to keep in mind, that's the issue. So, but yeah.
And another thing too, a lot of people need to understand all these EOs that he signed and smiled with the different pins, they can be reversed in the future, right? It's going to take a couple of years, if not more, to reverse this garbage that he's done. I no longer call this a government. I never thought at 67 years old, I'd have to be watching all of this garbage on the news. I thought I'd be able to retire in a few months and sit back and just relax and enjoy life. But with what's going on now, everyone needs to be concerned. Everyone. And to have that little kid come up here and say he's 55 years old and be rude and interrupt what we're trying to talk about or listen to, I mean, that's a waste of time.
Yeah. I want to throw this in just for folks who aren't aware. Let me just see. If citizens pay through state and local tax, not out of pocket as long as you qualify.
What was said, Dani?
I'm trying to read Donna's comment, and I'm not sure what she's referring to. So
yeah, because people are paying out of pocket. Period.
Service control response next time Sims are in charge. True. Okay, so EOs, absolutely. So this is what happened after the last Trump administration, folks. After the first term, when Joe Biden took office, he did a flurry of EOs that reversed a lot of the EOs that happened under the first administration that was a Trump administration. So yeah, EOs aren't law. And they absolutely can be undone. I think the thing that I really want to drive home for people is that with a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate, there is a very real opportunity to do things. Appreciate you, Brooklyns. To do things that would have a significant impact on the lives of people. Okay, so that includes reverse engineering the one big beautiful bill, and then putting back the things that were taken out of SNAP and Medicaid, and either extending or developing new premium tax subsidies for the folks that have to purchase their health care off of the marketplace. That is also doable. Taking the parts of the Department of Education funding that was sent to the Department of Labor. I don't know how many people are aware that the Department of Education is literally paying the Department of Labor to do part of its job with no real oversight and no reports to Congress as to what's been happening, right? And so it's really important that people know that these are things that are missing from our current government structure, and the impact is on our children. I don't know what y'all are what you're thinking, where you want the Department of Labor handling the things for the Department of Education when it comes to our children. So those things were done by DOJ, and yes, a progressive Congress can absolutely redo the funding and the departments for USAID. Yes. Yep. And it is a push for child labor. Listen, I don't know how many of you all listened and heard Dr. Oz say out of his mouth that if people could just start working a year or two earlier, right out of high school, if they'd be in high school, if they just start working a year or two earlier, and then maybe never retire because they're healthier, they just want to work more, then we could get out of this deficit. It's absolutely crazy. It's not that they do not want you to be healthy for you, not to enjoy your life, not to spend with your family and friends, not to have time with your children and go on vacation, but so that you can work for the fucking billionaires and millionaires more. That's it, folks. Ain't none of them trying to figure out how they can spend more hours working. But that's what they want you to do, and that's what they want your children to do. I said it yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. They want you to believe that you can do nothing, so that there's nothing you can do, so that you will do nothing, and they will get away with everything. I'm going to say it again. They want you to believe there is nothing you can do, so you will do nothing, and they get away with everything. And you get to choose to not believe that bullshit and actually do something that matters. Just saying. Also, just for us military folks, just to share this with you all, since we're talking about military stuff, 8 South Korean students were detained after breaching the main gate of the K-55 Osan Air Base near Seoul, with 6 of them actually entering the compound and 2 of them stopped at the entrance. The Korean Progressive University Student Union members were protesting alleged U.S. opposition to a semiconductor cluster project in Gwangju, while also citing concerns over a white phosphorus leakage at the base. Activists chanted slogans including, quote, "Let us destroy the U.S. 7th Air Force," end quote, prompting U.S. Forces Korea personnel to detain the group before transferring them to South Korean police. Under laws protecting military installations in South Korea, police are investigating the detainees. The U.S. military stated unauthorized access attempts are taken, quote unquote, extremely seriously. For those of y'all who do not know, about 28,500 U.S. troops are stationed in South Korea. Surveys show that the majority of the public supports the alliance. The U.S. presence remains a source of historical friction. But I just thought I would share that because I find that to be astounding.
You know what? I don't, and here's why. I would say probably 50 to 60% of our bases, the people that are manning those gates, are not service members. They're private contractors. They're not even using service members that are trained for that, i.e. MPs, whose job it is to be military police on bases to do those jobs. They're hiring civilian contractors to do that. So it doesn't surprise me. It's horrific and blows my mind that it's happening, but it doesn't surprise me.
Jeff, you wanna weigh in?
It honestly doesn't surprise me that they're contracting out to security forces. I know all the installations that I served on, there were MP entrances to all of them. But that was, back during the 9/11 era. So
yeah, our days.
It's been a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, but that honestly does not surprise me. On the plus side, though, going back to your story about the South Korean detainees, at least they were turned over to the Korean military police instead of being detained on base by U.S. forces.
Yeah, I thought about.
So they'll get home court advantage in the courts at least.
Yes, that was my thought process. So, and guys, I don't know if you all know, but you can actually look at, if you look that up, you can find that like Oasis Plus is one of the agencies and contractors that we use. So, but they do. There are contractors. I don't know how many are, but we'll just see. Anyway, Hazel Arts, you wanted to jump in here for a minute?
Yeah, good morning, Danny, Jeff. Yeah. Let me get my thoughts together again. I wish you go back to the Senate seats because that's where to solve the problem. And people don't understand all that we're talking about can be solved once we control the Senate. That's the issue. And this is some weeks ago, there's 4 states in play. I'm not too sure, 4 or 2 states that could jeopardize us not controlling the Senate. And of those states, we need to concentrate on that. I forget which one they are. They're up at the top, but they're Republican rule.
Yeah.
But,
so
please go back and focus on that. Educate the people. Sesame Street is not there no more. You can drop me down because that's why I came up.
Appreciate it, Azlar. Okay, so earlier in this live, I was talking about the Senate seats that are up and available right now and that are critical. There's about 8 seats that are within the grasp to be flipped for this session, for this election, this midterms. All right, so listen. First of all, I'm going to give you battleground Senate seats for this election that are in play, so to speak, right? In other words, where are they battlegrounds? And the margin is 13 points or less. And the reason why that's critical is because Dems are performing at 10 to 13% plus. So if the Democratic Party is performing at plus 10 to plus 13 since 2024, and every single seat that I'm about to name is currently Republican, right? Or leans Republican, but has a margin of 10 points, 13 points or less. That means it's in play. And that opens up a whole field. So Alaska is plus 13. That makes it in play. Florida, plus 13, makes it in play. Georgia, plus 2.2. That makes it in play. Iowa, plus 13, in play. Maine, plus 6.9, in play. Michigan, plus 1.4, in play. North Carolina, plus 3.3, in play. Ohio, plus 11.2, in play. And Texas is plus 13. So that would also make it in play. So Alaska, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas are all Republican-leaning states that have a margin of 13 points or less right now. And that makes them flippable for these Senate seats in this midterm election. So let me ask y'all a question. And they're going to see some of these, they're easy questions. You probably, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you. When I ask these questions, they're going to seem simple, but I just want you to I'm just going to roll them out. So does anybody know, what's up, dad jokes? Does anyone know why the Disclose Act didn't pass in 2010? Can anybody tell me why the Disclose Act, Jeff, you don't get to, but can anybody tell me why the Disclose Act did not pass in 2010? So for those of you guys who do not know, the Disclose Act was a piece of legislation, bipartisan piece of legislation, that was put before Congress right after the Citizens United decision by the Supreme Court. So Citizens United is what said corporations are people, and when corporations spend their money, they're exercising their free speech, right? And so that's how we got all of this shit ton of dark money in politics. And the Disclose Act was a bill that said, you get to disclose. You have to disclose. You can spend $20 million to run ads against a Democratic candidate, right? And with your super PAC that you've set up. You just have to say who's behind the $20 million. You just have to disclose who it is, what the company is, who the people are. You just have to disclose it. That was the Disclose Act. It didn't even say you couldn't spend the money. It just said you have to disclose it. You guys, they literally ran a Republican filibuster to keep that from passing in 2010. It passed the House, but it was the Republican Senate that ensured that it did not get passed. So if you are someone that considers yourself to be conservative, if you consider yourself to be a Republican, if you believe that you want all of this corporate money out of politics, and you believe that there should be accountability from these rich billionaires and millionaires and corporations that are putting all of this money into politics to get people elected who are going to do what they want for their companies, you should be concerned that it's your party that kept that from happening. It's your party that kept that from transpiring. And by the way, that there's a bill right now that was introduced this year in 2026. The Disclose Act. There's a 2026 version of it right now. So why don't we talk about it?
Yeah, the one that didn't pass in 2010, it also had specific clauses that would limit or force disclosure of foreign companies contributing through their U.S. subsidiary companies, like say, let me think of one off the top of my head, like Daewoo or LG in Korea contributing through their plants in the U.S. transferring money and then having the U.S.-based corporation contribute, it increased the level of disclosure they had to do to track those funds.
Yeah. So again, honey, Rick has stopped. Puerto Rico. Rick is muted. Amanda, Rick is muted. So listen, this is the thing. When you want to talk about keeping, I read the other day the statement that Barack Obama gave in 2010 before the vote in the Senate on this bill, and he talked about the dangers of foreign interference through corporations in our elections, right? And that's exactly what Jeff is describing. So go look up the Disclose Act, DISCOLSE, disclose, and then go figure it out. Why? So this is the issue that I have, right? From the party of fiscal responsibility, from the party of whatever the fuck they say. I don't know what all they even say. America first.
This passed, it would have also eliminated the funding that was used to primary Massey out, for example.
Yes, APAC.
Because it also has a clause in it that says that anyone paying for public dissemination of communication material, so think campaign ads, all the flyers you get in the mail, all that stuff. Unless it's coming for the office of POTUS or vice president, it has to come from the campaign office of the person running. So you can't get these third-party people paying for these campaign ads without disclosure.
Which is such a big deal, because this is the part. And I used this example a while back, okay? I used this example the other day, and I keep using it because in 2024, in the last 5 weeks before the election, 5-6 weeks before the election, there was a super PAC created called the RBG PAC, right? RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburger. It was created to look like a liberal-leaning PAC. That PAC received one donation. That donation was $20 million. That $20 million was spent to run ads in swing states like Georgia and Michigan. And the ads were to align Trump's policy on abortion with RBG's stance on abortion, that he would never do a federal ban. And it specifically targeted liberal white women. They ran them all social media at the time, right? Now, campaign finance law says that you do not have to report until the end of the quarter that the funds come in. So if the funds come in October, like these did, they don't have to be reported until after the end of that quarter, which is December, which is well after the election, right? So when these funds did get reported, by that time, the PAC had been dissolved, so had the LLC. And then we come to find out that that $20 million came from Elon Musk's revocable trust. There's nobody that should be okay with that. Whether you agree with abortion or not is irrelevant. There's no one that should be okay with us establishing a super PAC, hiding money, spending $20 million so it doesn't have to be reported. Like, these are the loopholes. What's up, Tim? So I'm just saying, folks, these are things that would have happened, and we don't have them because of the Senate GOP. If you are a woman, please put a 1 in the chat. If you're a woman, put a 1 in the chat. If you have daughters or you are a woman, put a 1 in the chat. Do you know why you do not have a constitutional amendment giving you equal rights? Because of Senate Republicans. They've blocked it every chance. So number one, let me also tell y'all this. And this is the thing. So when people want to talk to me about other countries and how they think of or treat women, right? I want to just share this with you. And I want you all to get a clear understanding of where we are in the United States of America. Okay. So in 1973, the Equal Rights Amendment passed Congress. And after it passed the House and the Senate, it needed to be ratified by 37 states in order for it to be added to the Constitution. It's supposed to be ratified within 10 years in order to be added to the Constitution. In the United States of America, it took until 2020 to get 37 states to ratify the ERA. That's my entire fucking lifetime, y'all. What does it say about us that we have states in the country, in the United States of America, that have chosen not to ratify the ERA? Joseph, don't be jealous of my nose just because it's bigger than your manhood. Don't be jealous of my nose just because it's bigger than your manhood. There's pills for that. And surgery too. You can do it. I believe in you. So anyway, what does it say? That it took 50 years, damn near, to get 37 states to ratify the ERA. For shits and giggles, let me just do this real quick. So, would you like to know which states have not ratified the ERA? I'm going to give them to you. Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah. How about that?
Yeah, Glowworm brought up a really good point. Who are we to criticize other countries' treatment of minorities and women when we can't even look in the mirror and do it on our own soil?
Yep. And by the way, y'all, Texas ratified it in 72 when it passed. And Texas approved its own state-level equal rights amendment through a voter referendum in November of 1972.
Yeah, Texas is actually more Democratic-leaning and left-leaning than people give it credit for. It's been gerrymandered to all high heck. And that's honestly part of the reason why we have so much trouble with that one.
Yeah. Everybody that I just named, these are the only states that didn't. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you've got someone running for Senate in Georgia, John Ossoff, I'd be calling his fucking office right now. I'd be calling North Carolina. You got Roy Cooper running for office. All right, Roy, can you talk about the fucking ERA, please? I'm just asking. Yeah, Virginia was the last to ratify in 2020. I look at this and I go, what in the absolute hell? And why? What is it? I just
one of the other things,
go ahead.
Danny, about the Senate races that we're looking at, I think it's opportune to mention that we need to not only just focus on the flippable GOP seats, but there's a handful, and much less than there is on the GOP side, of blue seats that we need to retain as well that are within that margin of error.
Yep.
So like if you're in Georgia,
Or
if you're in Colorado, if you're in,
New Hampshire,
Minnesota, Michigan,
even
these
New
guys
Hampshire.
all have less than a 10% margin of error. So we need to also make sure we're showing a bit forced to retain candidates that are incumbent, that are, following policies we want.
Yeah. So, and I'll just tell you, the ones that they say are straight up toss-ups are, let me just give you, and it depends on who you're listening to. So if you look at, say, for example, the Cook Political Report or the DDHQ or the Hill, Inside Elections, or Sabato's Crystal Ball, right? Those four. 3 of the 4 have Alaska as a toss-up. Okay. And what's crazy is 3 of the 4 have Georgia as Democratic. Maine, 3 of the 4 are toss-up. Michigan, 3 of the 4 toss-up. North Carolina, 3 of the 4 Democratic. New Hampshire, tilt and lean and likely Democratic are how they're done. But I mean, these are ones that we need to maintain and hold on. And then there are other ones that we need to flip. And I think just because something says likely Republican, that doesn't mean it has to be. And it's definitely up to us whether or not these things remain to be so. And so these are the conversations that we have to start having with people. And I would ask people, how are they planning to vote? What are the things that are important to you for your vote? Like if I were to ask you your top 3 things that you're voting on, what would they be? What would they be? Give it to me in the chat. Veronica says the economy, healthcare. What else? YouTube, Facebook, Substack, human rights, Kim says, housing, education, ERA, affordability, equal rights, education, money out of politics. That's interesting. Civil rights. Mr. Willie, good afternoon. How are you? Mr. Willie, do you know that you have requested up? So, Amir, let me just say this. When you say stop funding Israel, to me, I'm just going to be quite frank. That is something that you can make progress on in this election. It's not a one election issue to me. In my mind, when we talk about stop funding Israel, when we talk about disconnecting the relationship that the United States has with Israel and its members of Congress, right? I look at that as easily a 3-term project that you have to bite one election at a time and do a lot of work in between those elections. Right. And I do think that, so like, I don't know if you all saw, so let me just say this to you all. Yeah. So, well, Amir, you can have your opinion. You're entitled to it. I also am a bit of a realist. I understand just how ingrained Israel is in the United States of America. And I understand the impact that Israel has on both sides of our Congress. I also understand that 250 members of our state legislators took their asses to Israel last year. And for anybody that doesn't know, they're walking around wearing badges that say 50 states, one Israel. These midterms, you're not gonna be able to completely disconnect everything. You're not. And so listen, this is so sometimes people get mad at me because I'm pragmatic when I talk about these things. But I'm just gonna tell the truth and shame the devil. And you don't have to like the truth, but it fucking is what it is. It very much is what it is. You are not going to be able to get rid of everybody in Congress that is at the beck and fucking call of AIPAC in this midterms. They're not all even up for election. And some of them are going to win their primaries. Some won't, but some are. And guess what? If you have an AIPAC taking Democrat that wins their primary against a non-AIPAC candidate, right? If the establishment Dem that takes AIPAC is who wins that fucking primary, that's who you're voting for in the general election. Because that candidate is still a Dem at the end of the day and is going to be on your side when it comes to domestic policy issues. There is no room for allowing a Republican to get another seat. There's no room for that shit. I don't have time for your purity voting and your virtue signaling or none of that bullshit. We are going to operate from a place of pragmatism. How do we get the job done? No, Amir, that's not what I'm saying. Why don't you come to the panel? Because that's not what I'm saying. And it would be great if you didn't like oversimplify and put words in my mouth. Because that's not what I said.
First of all, hello.
Hi.
Hi. Second, before I start, I have an issue with your first point, Iran war. You know how this is funny? Because every war America wages on other country, you call it the war of that country, like the Iraq war, like the Afghanistan war, like the Libya war, like the Taiwan war. It's all other countries' war. Well, you guys wage it on us.
So I am aware that we are the one waging the war. I'm aware. I'm also the one that is using. So when I
name it as it is, like American war on Iran, American war on Iraq.
So let me tell you why, Amir. I'm going to answer your question because I needed the fucking space on my graphic to list everything else that I had to list. That is why.
Okay. So let's get back to your point.
Let's do.
Yes. Right now, America is losing another war to us Iranians. And this time, it's not only the war you're losing, it's actually everything. This is going to affect everything in your daily life. Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, when they close.
Can I pause for just a second? I asked you to come up here because of what you said in the comments, specifically regarding the midterms and Israel. So we already know, especially in this live.
That voting thing is not going to help you.
So what I would like for you to do is not interrupt me. Could you do me a favor when I'm in the middle of a sentence? Let me finish my sentence.
Finish.
Yeah, I'm going to. So I'm familiar with you and I've seen you in other spaces. I got no problem with what you're saying. I don't know if you know who I am and know what happens in this space and how I talk. In this space, we are very aware of how we got here in this war. We are very aware of what it's costing us on multiple levels, right? Not just in gas, but across the board. We are very aware of all of the issues and where the blame lies. All of it. The conversation right now is about, yes, hold on one second. Yes, baby. Yes, ma'am. The conversation right now is about our 33 Senate seats that are available, because it is our Senate that is the most culpable in all of these actions, and it is our Senate that has the most power and the greatest ability to address many of the things that are on my board. Okay, so when we talk about that, yep. So Saeed, you have to go because I don't allow that in the space. Go get me a bag for you. So when we talk about those seats, we look at those seats to see where we can make and gain the most ground, because without this election, our entire country is fucked on every level, even domestically.
Agreed.
Yeah. So when I talk about it and I talk about what we need to do in this election cycle, and with regard to our midterms in the House and in the Senate, I'm looking at it from that perspective.
Okay. When you talk about you need 3 terms, get rid of Israel, that's where I say you're not going to survive this.
So that's not what I said though. What I said is to get rid of all of the members in Congress that are complicit with Israel. It's going to take more than one election cycle. Why? Because they're not all up for election this cycle. And they won't all be up for election in 2028. It will take at least three election cycles to have all of them come up. Now, in between that time, there will be some that see that there is a tide that is changing in this country. And they will change their positions. And during that time, there might be the votes needed to stop funding Israel. There might be, what I specifically said though, is the ability to get all of the members of Congress that are currently tied to, compromised by Israel out of office will take 3 election cycles.
Yeah. What's the percentage of the APEC candidates?
So we understand that 80% of our Congress takes pro-Israel money. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm asking. So.
And that's why I said it will take 3 years, 3 election cycles.
You told me not to interrupt you, but obviously you interrupted me 3 times. If you don't mind, I just finish what I mean. So what I'm talking about is the fact that right at the time that you're talking about the election, you are still in the middle of a war. Going by election to get rid of the connection between the United States and Israel, which will definitely better your life. Looking at the money going there and the loans going there and their power over everything you have in the United States. Even 2 elections is going to take too long. United States is going to put boots on the ground in Iraq, and they're going to lose big time. And when that happens, Iran is going to control the entire GCC countries. No one will be able to do anything without our permission, which means the petrodollar will go down. The countries like China and Japan and Korea, they're going to sell their papers. China is going to request their gold, just like Europe will, because Europe is going to go down even worse. And your money is going to be worthless. Your people are going to suffer from hunger.
So, Amir, let me just, I am going to interrupt you, because what you're doing right now is you're just kind of narrating your, I don't know, your psychic prediction about what you believe is going to happen. And what I'm going to say to you is, we don't know what is going to happen, right? We don't know. And what I know is the best opportunity for people in the United States of America to have an impact on our government, our domestic and our foreign policy and our issues is absolutely through our midterm process. And ensuring that we have a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate is the best opportunity for this country to get itself stabilized and in a place where it works for the benefit of the majority of our citizens, because currently it does not. That's it.
All I'm trying to say is that this system you're trying to talk about and get people to choose the right person is not going to work, because the system is rotten and owned by those who shouldn't be owning it.
So let me again say this, okay? So whether the system is rotten or not, so let me explain it to you like this. The system is like a house, okay? So just imagine this big, beautiful house. And the house has termites. And the termites have been eating the house for a long time, but the house is still standing. What you don't do is just give up and burn the fucking house down, right? Because that's not wise. It's not helpful. So instead, what you do is you find the beams of the house that are the most vulnerable, that have the most damage, that are the most corrupt, and you replace them with different beams, with stronger beams, better beams. And you continue that process until you have rebuilt the infrastructure that is holding your house up. And that is the process that we are in right now. I am not asking, just to be clear, your opinion about what you think is going to happen, because you can have that opinion, right? The reason that I invited you to come up here is because you said, oh, so you're just going to sit back and watch more genocides, right? And to be clear, not participating in these elections will give you more of those damn genocides that you're talking about. Not working within our system and our structure that is available, that does work, that does close the loopholes, will produce more of the genocides you're talking about.
I hope you're right.
Well,
I don't believe it.
I know that I am, because here's what I know. So things that have happened here. So the last time that we took a vote about not funding Israel, the last time we took a vote about not funding Israel, only 34 Democrats, 37, 34 Democrats voted to stop funding Israel. This last time, like 2 weeks ago, we had the same vote again. Half of the Democrats in Congress, half of them, 103, voted to not fund Israel. That is significant progress that's happened in the last 6 months. So there is a shift that is taking place, especially within the Democratic Party, because they understand that the people's perception and the people's knowledge has changed. People understand who and what Israel is. People understand the connection from Israel to the Heritage Foundation to not just our Congress, but our state legislatures. People understand. And people are now saying, if you're taking AIPAC money, we're not voting for you. Now, at the same time, I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to give Michigan as an example. I believe that Abdul al-Sayed is going to win the Democratic primary in Michigan. That's what I hope for. If he does not win the Democratic primary in Michigan, Michiganders will need to go to the polls in the general election, hold their fucking nose, vote for Haley Stevens, walk outside and vomit. And the reason why is we will have to keep a Democratic majority in the House and in the Senate if we are going to do anything that helps the people of the United States or the country at large or the world at large. We can't give up a single fucking seat to Republicans. That's it.
But Dani is your name, right?
Yep.
Did we forget that the Democrats were the one enabled this war?
How so?
Well, didn't Biden give anything Israel wanted to them?
Every president of the United States of America has given Israel what they want. So we're not going to go, oh, Biden's the blame of whatever. I'm not doing that with you because every president has done that with Israel.
It's not the Biden thing. It's about look, when I'm talking about your system, let me put it this way. The Democrats and the Republicans are competing with each other constantly about birth control, pew-pews, the right to have pew-pews or not, or to possess them. Every little thing out there. But when it comes to Israel, they are competing who's the best bitch to them.
And again, I already have said that. And what I have also just told you is that half of the Democrats in Congress just voted to stop funding Israel. What part of that did you not understand? So while it's not like completely changed, it is changing. That's the point that I'm making. So I know the history. I literally told you. I don't know who you're used to talking to, but I already know I know everything that you're saying. I also know what is changing here. I also know you have never in your life seen this many Democratic candidates and this many Democrats speaking out against Israel. You've never seen it the way that you see it right now.
Okay.
Right. And that's because it is changing.
I hope so. Again.
I don't have to hope. It is. I'm watching it in real time. Leah, be nice. I mean, I'm literally watching it in real time. The numbers show me. When we go from 30-something members of Congress voting to stop funding Israel to over 100 Democrats voting to stop funding Israel, that is absolutely progress. And do you know how you can really tell that things are changing? When AIPAC has to spend $30 million in a primary in Kentucky, when AIPAC has to spend $40 million in a primary in Michigan, that tells you things are changing. AIPAC's never had to fucking fork out this kind of money in primaries. AIPAC spent $53 million for the entire presidential election, the 2024 election. $53 million is what AIPAC spent in 2024 in a general election for the presidency. They've more than doubled that money in primaries in this country. That is evidence that the tide has turned. Those are facts.
Not denying your facts, and I don't see it happening.
Well, you don't live here.
No.
May I interject for a second, Dani?
Sure.
I don't live there, correct, but I'm from the country that is being boom right now, and maybe you guys don't see it, but there are dead people dropping everywhere. And I don't believe you guys believing in that voting is going to help. I believe that if you want to save your own country and yourself, you guys need to get on the streets. That's how you do it.
Okay, well, that might be your opinion, right?
Yeah, it's not,
let me ask you a question, Amir. Can you share with me what happens when the people in Iran go to the streets?
What happens?
Yeah, what happens in Iran?
1 second. If America doesn't interfere, if Israel doesn't say we have Mossad agents on the ground, nothing happens.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Amir, I just had a couple of quick questions for you and a little bit of talking to do. The first one being that I think we can both agree that you feel that the fault of the initiation of this conflict lies in the hands of the U.S. government, correct? You don't believe that the 350 million people that live here in this country are all advocating for this death and destruction?
No. I don't believe that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're coming from the same place.
No.
The second thing I wanted to ask you is, how many decades do you believe that this antagonistic stance between the United States and Iran has been going on?
As long as Israel and its influence exists in the United States.
It has been a very long time. So my question for you about that is, would you prefer to see an immediate Band-Aid solution to this conflict, or would you prefer to see long-term change in the systems that have supported decades of antagonism?
Well, actually, I believe that revolutions are most fast resets.
They are fast, yes. However, they typically don't provide lasting change.
Correct.
Without change to the systems that caused it. This space is looking for long-term solutions, not quick fixes.
That depends upon the people. Do you people want the same system? Or do you think that maybe having multiple parties that have equal power and people can vote based on their conditions for their for the government, and which benefits the people, and when I'm saying benefits, not by lies and propaganda, what is being shown in mainstream media in your country.
Amir, can I ask you a question? Can you tell me when the first third party was created in the United States of America? How long has the United States had three parties?
I'm not so familiar with American politics.
Well, but you just said that we needed a third party. And you said we needed more than two parties.
Multiple.
Right. So let me ask you this. Do you know how many parties, how many political parties we have in this country?
How many do you have?
Dozens upon dozens.
But why is it done? And why is it there? And then when it's election, it's always about Democrats and Republicans.
So that has to do a lot with financing and our electoral college, right?
Exactly.
And so let me ask you a question. Do you know how we change the electoral college? Do you know what the only way to change do you know how the only way to change the electoral college is?
I'm not familiar with your politics, so I'm going to ask you to explain what it is.
Okay. So see, the electoral college is outlined in our Constitution. Like the actual Constitution of the country outlines our election process and our branches of government and all of that. So you actually need Congress to change the structure of the systems. Yeah. So if we don't vote, if we don't participate in the elections and don't change those systems, we can't change the systems. We can't. Like, you can revolt all day long and get rid of this current administration, and you're still stuck with a constitution that outlines how this country, how it works.
But going on the street and asking for what you want, maybe you can change the system that a Senate.
And so let me just
people, finish. A Senate where people work, a few people vote and decide 350 million people's fate. And we know already that a lot of people have a price and they do sell themselves. So why is it necessary to keep that Senate? Why is it impossible to change the entire system, a better system?
So again, you change the system through Congress. That's how you change the system. That's the body that changes the system. It's not a dictatorship, right? So we literally, we have Congress, and our elected officials is how we change the systems. Which is why you have to vote to put the right people in office to change the system. And so, by the way, you have revolution, you have no elections, which means you're stuck with the same people in office. I mean, like, those are just, that's just like the facts. Try and get down. So, what I think is, and I understand that you are from the outside looking in, what I think is that you don't have enough information about how our system works to be able to properly advise Americans on what they should or shouldn't do. And what's wild?
I'm not telling you. As I said in the beginning, Dani, you guys do not have that much time, and things are happening as we speak. And I'm not giving my opinion. This is the opinion of most of the analysts, economical, military, anything. They are saying this. This is happening.
We are aware of what's happening. Like, you're in a space. I don't know. I know that you go in a bunch of lives, but in this space, we are very aware of what's happening. In this live right here, I'm incredibly aware. This is a live, like, I spend a ton of time. You know, I spend so much time educating on this app about Operation Ajax and about 1951 and about Mohammed Mossadegh and about BP, what's now BP, and all of those different things. What's up, strategy? So, like, this is an incredibly well-informed space that you're in, and we literally understand. I understand the impact of the Strait of Hormuz. I understand the impact of the Houthis and what can happen. I understand all of those different things. I understand the dangers of our reduction in long-range missile capacity and our stockpile systems. I understand all of those things. And when I look at all of those things, the fastest way, I know who Amir is. When I look at the fastest way to, first and foremost, stabilize the country, because we are not stable right now. This is not stable. And one of the reasons we are so unstable right now is because we have a Senate in Congress that is capitulating to the executive branch. That's part of the problem. So the fastest way to get this executive branch, y'all, he's in Iran. He's in Iran. The fastest way.
No. I go back and forth, but I'm not a resident in Iran.
I'm saying he's Iranian. He's Iranian, right? So they thought you were, anyway, they thought you were somewhere different. But so the point that I'm making is the fastest way to get any part of our government under control and to impact what this administration is doing is through our Congress. These midterm elections, that's 91 days away, that is the most direct, that is the fastest and the most effective route to shoring things up. Because on the flip side of that, okay, let's just all go out into the streets. We'll pour into the streets tomorrow and have a revolution. And under this administration, you will absolutely see them turn ICE on American citizens. You will see them turn on American citizens. And we will still be stuck with the same people in office right now that are doing the things that are happening right now. And here's the thing, we have to get the midterms correct. If Americans do not show up, and I mean in a way that they haven't shown up maybe in history, and if we do not get midterms correct, yeah, we're going to be pretty fucked. But that's the first and foremost, like that's the thing that's the most critical right now. It's the fastest route. It's the most direct route. There's nothing else that you can tell me to do in 91 days that will have a greater impact than if we come out of these elections with a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate.
I hope it goes well for you guys.
Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because your revolution answer doesn't give us any tools or any ammunition or anything to kind of utilize.
What's the percentage of people in the United States that are likewise fully aware of everything just like you?
I don't know. I don't know that there's any way to know that. So here's the thing, Amir, those are things that I don't know. So the only thing that I do, and I do it every single day, is I get up and I use the platforms that I have been given and to share as much information as I possibly can. I provide an extensive link tree that is in my bio that provides all of the sources for all of this. And then I literally crunched election data for 20% of this country's states, developed an entire database of information with graphics. And then I host meetings every other week and I share the information and I help people be able to get that information out. I've been on Sirius XM, I don't know, 3 or 4 times this year to talk about it. And that's it. I'm not responsible for the whole fucking country, right? So I do what I can do.
I didn't suggest that. I didn't mean that you're responsible for it.
Yeah.
But from what I see, it's still not enough. I appreciate your work. I appreciate everybody's work who does make the effort to come and live stream and try to talk about stuff that matters, but I don't see it.
See, we don't just talk about it though, Amir. Like I literally have people out in their communities. I've got people that come in here that then go into their neighborhoods and they knock doors or they have get-togethers, right, where they spread this information. I could literally like show you if you go to makingamericaatruly.great.com. That's my URL. When people read that, it walks them through the plan, the project that I've written about, that I've designed. That the project has 3 parts, right? Right. Or talk to their Uber drivers. And so those 3 parts are getting serious about winning elections, having conversations in our communities that build connection and educate the people. And then 3rd is government accountability. So we don't just get on this live stream. I'm on here for 4 or 5 hours a day. But outside of that, I'm doing research and I'm giving people tools and I'm creating graphics and I'm putting them in Google Drives and I'm helping people take that information into their neighborhoods, into their lives and the people around them to spread that information. We currently are in 48 states and we are in over 525 counties in this country. There's only 3,100 counties in the whole country. We are in 17, 18% of them doing this work. So whether we go, from where I sit, I don't see that it's enough. I don't really know. All I know is I'm not going to sit back and go, oh, well, I don't know if I can see. I don't know if it's making, I'm just going to do the work. That's it. I'm only focused on doing the work. Ronika, if you go to makingamericatrulygreat.com, and you can sign up from there. And then you get access to the Google Drive. Let me ask you a question. Just hold on for a second, Amir. Is there anybody that doesn't know, right, Elle, how many of you all, or it's in my link tree, right, have never seen the drive with the information that's available to you? If you've never seen it, I just want to show you really quickly. Amir, maybe you'll want to see this too. So, Amir, you might not know this, but Americans can be pretty selfish. And so in order for me to get Americans motivated and engaged in the process, it's not enough to just tell them about what's happening in Iran or in Gaza or Sudan or Lebanon or Syria or Cuba or Haiti. Like, that's not enough. I have to talk to them about what's happening here so that they want to come out and change something, right? So one of the things that I've done is outline for them what's happened in this Congress and how it impacts them. So, folks, when you join Project for the People, you get access to my Google Drive. There are nationwide resources, potential legislations, petitions, sources for everything that I tell you about is in here. And then here's the state resources. So somebody that's in the chat, tell me what state you're in and give me a single congressional district. Give me one. Give me one state, one congressional district. PA 9. So I'm going to go to Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, if I go to District 9, you can get English or Spanish. In here, you're going to be able to see specifically for your congressional district how many people are projected to lose your Medicaid health insurance because of the one big beautiful bill last year. This is how many people are going to lose their SNAP benefits, some or all of them. This is how many people are going to become uninsured because of the tax premiums that expired, right? Also in Pennsylvania, you can go down here and I can show you your statewide graphics. I can show you where your data centers are by congressional district. What are the adults that are on Medicaid? How many of them work? What are your poverty levels in Pennsylvania, right? 12%, 1.5 million people live in poverty. These are your voter registration guidelines. I have done this for every congressional district in the entire country for all 50 states. There is a ton of information. And so what we do is we go out into our communities and we share all of this to get people engaged. And then once we get them engaged, talking about the things that directly impact them, then we can also talk about the things that impact you and Palestine, West Bank and the Gaza, and everywhere else. This is, there's a ton of other things that are in here as well, folks. But this is the gateway to information. And we keep adding to this information every single month, every couple of weeks. I put more graphics in, and we have, and I host Google Meets, and people come and we role play and we practice conversations and we share information. We do all of that. So if you go to makingamericatrulygreat.com, I don't know where my board went. My board was up here, but it's not here right now. So let me show you. Guys, you can take a screenshot or scan this QR code, and that will take you there. So yeah, Amir, when I say I'm aware, I'm aware. When I say I'm not sitting around hoping things get better, I mean that. We're doing the work. And what I know to be the fastest, most direct route to getting results is Congress. And the fastest way to get Congress is through the midterms. So hopefully that makes sense.
I would say
Hey, Cheryl.
a very good job and make it work.
We're doing the best we can. Like, this is my thing. Like, I'm not responsible for anybody else. You know, we do what we can. And so this is why we're talking about these Senate seats that are available, because they are realistic. Like, they are actually in play. The margin is close enough to get those Senate seats. And the beautiful thing is that after watching what's happened in Gaza, after so many people have talked about what's happening in Iran and all of that, American sentiment is changing. Maybe not at the rate that you would like it to, maybe not being seen as much as I would like for it to, but it is. And so that's where I have to stay focused. Because I'll just share this with you all, and then I appreciate you. So I have this thing that I live by called these circles, right? So circle number 1 are the things that I can control. Circle number 2 are the things that I can influence, right? Circle 3 is everything else. I focus 80% of my time on circles 1 and 2. Because that's where I can be the most effective. And I know that whatever is in my circle 3 is in somebody else's 1 and 2. And maybe if I focus on 2, I end up influencing somebody who the other issues are in their circle 1 or circle 2, right? And that's just how I have. If not, people would be sitting up, bald and curled up in the fetal position because stuff is really not great here. And we know that. So if you want to say anything else, Amir, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I wish you good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You too.
Thank you. Have a good one, everyone.
All right, folks. So I have got roughly 45 minutes, almost an hour left in this live. Thanks. I'm updating my gift goals. Thanks for the reminder. I don't think I set them this whole damn live, to be honest. Thanks, Ripson. Val has lifted. You just sound silly. I'm just being honest. You sound silly. And if you want to discuss why I'm saying you sound silly, the link is in the chat for you to request to join the panel. So I'm just saying. All right. So folks, listen, if I bring you up to this panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Remember, I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam the comments. And I do, Big Daddy, what's left of it. Don't spam the comments and don't type in all caps, because I have folks in this community that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those folks and my mods. That's it. Hey, Mimi. Mila. She's being so good. Mila. Can you grab me my peppermints off the couch and bring them to me? I'm gonna have to get her some ice cream. Huh?
Your peppermints?
Yeah, my peppermints. They're right there on the couch. Appreciate it, True. All right. There's quite a few of you guys. I don't know who's a real request and who's not. So I'm just going to start hitting accept. Put yourself on mute until I get to you folks. Irene, do you know that you requested up? Just asking. She does deserve some ice cream. I'm going to get her some when I'm done. Yeah, it is. It's because of whatever I got going on. I told you I think I have bronchitis, actually. Sunflower fish, did you mean to request up? Okay, so Irene, did you mean to request up?
No.
Okay, I got you. What flavor ice cream? For her, that kid loves all kinds of ice cream. She'll probably want some cotton candy or whatever, but she'll take whatever we got. Okay, so.
Candy ice cream.
Girl, I heard you. All right, so Ripson, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Did you mean to request that?
Well, I caught up in there. I'm not 100% sure where we at, but I recognize what you're talking about before, which is awesome. I didn't hear the conversation. I just turned on to it. So I would love to. I've been hearing it before. I was like, oh, I want to talk with this lady. She's pretty good.
Okay, cool. Is there anything specific you want to talk about?
She may hitting all of them. I see you got Iran, war, immigration, Blanche, man, you just turn them up. I love it.
There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about as we get ready for these midterms.
Yes. Catching the cold, I see.
No, I've had this cough and this stuff for a while now, so I'm gonna get it checked because I can't ditch it. It's been a couple of months, so, and I take my allergy meds every day, so I think I might have some bronchitis or something, but no.
Yeah, going that long, you probably want to check it out.
What's up, Ronnie? Yeah. Cliff's Edge, you want to get in here too?
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello. I was talking to, I think, someone last week and gave me some good advice, and I just wanted to give you an applause and pat you back and give you some good motivation as what I'm doing out there in the United States. And I just also wanted to mention what your take is about the current crisis in Japan, the currency, and how that affects the bond markets for the United States, and what your take on that is regarding the economy.
Okay, baby. 1 sec. Give me 1 second, guys. Do I have a mod real quick? Give me 1 sec, Cliff. I got you. Do I have a mod that can give me like a quick break while I fix Milo real quick? Holy jeez.
You better take care of yourself, girl.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I've just noticed lately it's a little like at first it was just a cough and I couldn't get things through. And I had to work really hard. Christy, I think I saw you pop in here. No worries, Cam. Christy, I think I saw you pop in here. If that is you and you want to come up and chat with the folks, by all means, let me know and just request, and I'm happy to let you do that. So, I'm looking real quick. Okay, I don't. All right, you guys. Thank you, Space Ranger. Appreciate it. Okay, right back. Hold on, guys. Here, Mila. Come on, babe.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Dani's Live. We appreciate you all being here. This is some really important information we have got to get out before the midterms. If you have not sent your daily heart me, please do that now. Share out the live as much as you can and tap, tap, tap. that will help us get more people out there hearing everything that we need to be talking about.
There. You got it?
Hopefully everybody's getting those conversations in. Somebody said that they talked to a therapist. Somebody else was talking to
an Uber driver.
I don't remember who. Oh, welcome back, Dani. Thank you.
Just really quickly. I just need to get Mila squared away. So appreciate you, Space Ranger. Yeah, folks, if you haven't already, yes, do your daily heart meet, but then make sure that you click it again on TikTok and claim your daily points. Clapping is whatever it is. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring, and some other shit they say. I don't even know. But yeah, I appreciate you doing all the things. Thanks.
Not a problem. That was good timing. I got to get back to work, so you can go ahead and drop me.
Okay, awesome.
You're my lunch break.
Love that. All right, thanks. Got it. Appreciate it. Yeah, so let's see. Okay. 1 second. So Cliff, you were asking me specifically about Japan. It's something that I don't know enough about to really speak on. I don't know that we are in any sort of position to prop up the yen, though.
The reason I brought it up is I'm bringing it up is with their currency devaluation on the market, opened up some revelations in relation to Japan as a largest holder of American bonds. To prop up their currency, Japan is obligated to sell off the American bond, which has scared the administration, resulting in the administration to assist in propping up the yen in order to prevent Japan from selling off the bonds to protect their position.
Mm-hmm.
But what the United States government did, in order to protect the yen, they sold off the EU, the currency in the European Union. And that set off a whole series of events that's leading to the realization of just how volatile the United States economy has been globally in relation to their debt ratio. I believe it's at 125% of the GDP currently. And the shockwaves everybody over here on this side of the board is like going crazy talking about it because Canada's got this self-imposed umbilical cord attached that there's a huge concern that Donald Trump, of course, is going to, like a rolling truck, it'll drive the American economy into this disaster zone. And I just thought maybe the same kind of conversation was happening on your side.
I don't think, it's happening, but not like globally, and I'm not globally, not like throughout the TikTok spaces. And I personally haven't caught your stocks are through the roof. I don't know what that, okay. Jeff, I saw you make a comment about it. If you want to step in, this is one that it's not my forte.
Yeah, I'm by no means an economic expert either, but I do know a little bit about this. So you are right that the yen has dropped in valuation versus the dollar significantly. It's actually dropped more recently. It's up to 200% of their GDP is their debt now. So their yen it's dropped like a rock. But essentially, the U.S. has a long-standing policy with foreign nations that own treasury bonds in significant amounts. It's called FEMA. And not to be confused with the Federal Emergency Management Association. This is an FIMA. And basically what it allows it to do is prevent the selling of U.S. Treasury bond debt that's held by foreign institutions and foreign governments by allowing them to use those bonds as collateral to access U.S. dollar loans, essentially, to prop up their currency and their economy. Long-term, it's not a good strategy for U.S. debt management. However, it does avoid the short-term pain of a massive bond sell-off. So it's basically trading future hurt for immediate hurt. Yeah, so there's an article that I'm looking at, which that's a lot of what this administration has done, right? and there's a couple of articles about it. It looks like this is the first time we've done this since 1998. Specifically for Japan. Titus, you don't have to block him. Look at Cam. What did he say? He got both of y'all on his ass. What did he say? Because Cam muted and Titus blocked. Both of y'all must be mad. What did King Richard say?
because he made y'all mad. You muted him and Titus blocked him. Oh my God.
One thing I will add to that is, yeah, they did suffer a lot of natural disasters recently, but that's not the net cause of what's going on right now. This is a broader, long-term issue that's happened, and it's actually tied into the war in Iran right now, because as most of you are probably aware from being on this live for a long time, China and Japan and basically Southeast Asia in general is one of the major importers of Middle Eastern oil.
Right.
So this blockade has severely impacted their energy sector, and Japan is a small island nation. So they don't have the natural resources for energy production, especially with the mothballing of the Fukushima nuclear reactor and all these other situations that have happened over the last 2 decades. My ex actually wrote a treatise on Fukushima, so if anyone wants to talk about that later, we absolutely can. But anyway, this is what's the root cause of the massive spike in debt to GDP ratio due to massive layoffs because of the impact to the energy structure and lack of revenue for their government that have happened to that. So essentially, it looks or appears to, on the surface, that the current administration is allowing the use of this FEMA protocol for them to apply their bond holdings to leverage dollar liquidity, because otherwise they would probably get pressure from the Japanese government to pull out of the Iran war, and they are an economic powerhouse on the global stage. So that happens to be a big concern, that foreign pressure will add to the domestic pressure and cause more instability during an election year for the GOP.
Can I jump in there for a quick second and make a comment? Jeff, I'm really impressed with your knowledge. I'm encouraged to ask you another question, if I may. It's in relation to the cause of this particular crisis. The international response to other previous disasters are no doubt varied. However, this particular situation is unique in the sense that it's the current policies of the Japanese government currently in regards to stimulus packages and the requirements for additional military spending. Because Donald Trump is not a fan of the American military base in Japan taking care of all of Japan's problems, so it's forcing Japan to spend all this extra money that it really traditionally never and historically since World War II has invested in military expansion. And because of that, it's sending the response is coming, well, the cracks in the armor is revealing itself in the form of the Japanese currency. Do you know if there's any legitimacy in that story?
There's always a kernel of truth to things, right? But, generally speaking, you can see this same kind of rhetoric being espoused by this current administration when it applies to our allied countries, such as our NATO allies, etc. How many times does the POTUS go on, live and go on tweets and go on Truth Social talking about how NATO needs to do its fair share, right? And it's just another occurrence of the same kind of rhetoric where our current POTUS is feeling like he's a martyr and he's not being treated fairly, et cetera, and he's using that rhetoric to galvanize his base, saying, oh, well, these foreign countries aren't paying their fair share, the U.S. is holding the bag for everything, blah, 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 blah. And this is just yet another occurrence of that instance where he's not wanting he's wanting the Japanese to fund everything, but at the same time, he doesn't want this to lose their investment in U.S. Treasury bonds that they've been buying to offset that.
Yeah, and do you not see the risk in the American economy in that? Like, I have a fear, especially being a Canadian, of the tanking of the American economy, and it's like heading towards that at the speed of a train. Like, I don't even, like, to be honest, I'm not even sure if most Americans, and Dani, please, no offense, that they're even aware. Like, most Americans are just simply, I would lovingly use the term delusional about the crisis that they're about to embark on.
Well, here's another piece of information to add fuel to that fire. Recently, the U.S. also, in addition to the FEMA, they bought yen in a dollar trading kind of exercise where, you know, how monetary traders will buy one currency at a lower value and then off-sell it when the value rises on the currency, just like stocks. Well, the U.S. actually sold off its stock, part of its stockpile of the euro in order to.
That's because they were trying to offset. They were buying up yen. Yeah, that's what I was telling Danny about. That incident is what I was referring to, because that revealed just how much of a crisis the American government was in order that it revealed their necessity to prop up the yen, realizing that if the yen collapses any further, the Japanese government will be obligated to sell off the American bonds, which would be catastrophic. They're the largest bond holders of American bonds.
Yep, they. All the other foreign investments, over half of our national debt is influenced governments.
Yeah, it's Japan, China, and the EU
are the three biggest stakeholders. Absolutely. Additionally, Japan had to raise their interest rates on their loan, like kind of like what we do with our mortgage rates. They had to raise their interest rates to prop up their own investments domestically as well. So their economy is being crippled by this, but we're trying to prop them up in order to keep them quiet, essentially.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's.
And you're right about the impact that they'll have on the economy, because they are an industrial powerhouse, especially when you're talking about electronics, chips. That was actually one of the things that was great about the last administration with the CHIPS Act. We saw the writing on the wall with this because, as I said, this is not a short-term situation. This has been going on for decades. To try to domestically source, our chips infrastructure, building our semiconductors, etc. And that was a move that was lambasted by the GOP. And it was actually for the good of our domestic economy to not have it be held hostage essentially by the vagaries of what is going on in Japan and what is going on in China and what is going on in various other economic powerhouses that we outsource most of our manufacturing to currently because we don't have the existing infrastructure because we've done that for so long.
Yeah. Now, a lot of us here in Canada, and when I can bring us back, Danny back into the fold here, is in relation to the international community with the Mad King creating chaos globally. I don't wish this, but I think that what inevitably will occur is that the international community will be the only force that's able to neuter Donald Trump, because right now domestically it's like, let's see what happens in the midterms, but I think that it's going to have to be the international community that neuters him, because he's going to bring down the global economy with him. That's my final take.
Sometimes I wonder if that's kind of the point, if that's what he's intending, because you remember, first and foremost,
sometimes
he's a businessman, right? And his friends are businessmen, and all his associates are businessmen, etc. Who benefits the most if there's a giant global economic upheaval? People that have assets to go back into business.
Right. Well, anyway, I just want to thank Danny for letting me up, and then you have a few words here. And Danny, I'm sorry to see that you're not feeling well. You better take care of yourself, lady. A lot of people are motivated by you. You got to keep the fight going.
Yeah, I am. I've had this cough for, I don't know, y'all. How many months have I had this cough now? But at first the cough was it was just like I had to work for it. It was like really deep. And I had to struggle to make it productive at all. And now it's productive more, and whatever, but like I can't explain where it makes me where I have to cough. Since you started watching me, yeah, it's been a few months now, I would say. So I'm probably going to go get checked.
Well, thank you again, and everybody have a great day.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Cliff. No, and I appreciate because of course it's hard to keep your eyes on absolutely everything. And the only thing that I would say is it's not that Americans are delusional. I think that number one, the media does a piss poor job in informing Americans accurately about things that are really, really important, like this. And I think that our government does a really good job of little Band-Aid solutions that buy them time so that the American public doesn't get it. You know what I mean? Guys, listen, I've done honey, I've done tea, I've done it all. I swear to God, if I've had it for 3 months and I'm saying I'm going to get checked, it's because the honey didn't work, the tea didn't work, literally the nebulizer treatments didn't work. Like, I'm just saying, folks, I appreciate it, but I'm just telling you, nope, it's not asthma. I have asthma. This is not asthma. Good God, y'all. Listen, I promise. And yeah, so just right. No, oil of oregano didn't work. I'm just telling you, it's been several months and I'm going to get it checked. So holy geez. Yeah, Jeff, flood the zone is their strategy. Right. No, Jay Nice, not the same with Bella. So I have not gone to the doc, Tracy. No, I have not. Thanks, Kevin. So, no, Army Barbie, I wasn't. Dear God. I appreciate y'all, but okay, it's enough. Yeah, but no, thanks, Cliff, for bringing it up, and Jeff for having some great contribution to be able to give people an understanding. I appreciate it. I know, and I'm so glad that you all care, and I care right back at you. I just promise you. Y'all are cute. Okay. Are you Army Barbie? Yeah. Girl, I hope you got your connection for it, because that's one of the easiest things. Thanks to the Joe Biden PACT Act, that's one of the easiest ways for you to get your service-connected disability. Glowworm, I don't know, because and so that would be the thing too, is figuring out how I can get there and when I can make it fit between all the things. So we'll see. All right. So really quickly, let me just kind of level set, folks. Let me level set. All right. So let me just review really quickly, because there were a few things that I wanted to touch on today that I haven't got a chance to do yet. Give me 1 second. Yep, I'm aware, just Tracy. Yeah, see, I just do not believe that the president of the United States has learned anything over the last 6 months, because he's now posting and saying things that like Iran's choices are limited to a deal or total surrender. And number one, I don't know how many times we've heard this before, right? But that shit is not going to play well with Iran, and Iran is going to say, yeah, fuck you, prove it. And yeah, so I'm just going to kind of give you what's happened. Good gosh. Hold on. Ooh, that's not good. An Indian vessel was hit near the Yemeni waters in a quote unquote unprovoked attack. That's not good. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. has made progress in talks with Iran aimed at getting more ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but no final deal has been reached. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, Esmail Baghai, says Iran and Oman are continuing talks aimed at ensuring the safe flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, with discussions focused on designating safe inbound and outbound lanes. Israel's military said it carried out several operations yesterday in the occupied West Bank. I'm really pissed about the fucking West Bank stuff and why more countries aren't saying and doing something, including dismantling weapon production machines and arresting a person it says is affiliated with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group. It says its forces will continue to operate in the area. The Palestinian Prisoner Society has condemned ongoing raids and arrests in the occupied West Bank by Israeli forces, describing them as a campaign of quote unquote aggression against the Palestinian people, end quote. Israel and Lebanon are still deadlocked in their withdrawal process. Yeah, all of this. Okay, so there was one that I had pulled up that I really wanted to talk to you guys about. So let me see if I can get to it real quick. It's not going to be on here. It's going to be over here. There we go. Can we talk for just a moment about Max Miller? I haven't talked about this at all. But still, did you mean to request up? I'm guessing not. Am I cold hot sauce? Come tell me how. Come tell me how. Cold hot sauce. Okay, so Republican Congressman Max Miller of Ohio is facing allegations of domestic abuse as he runs for re-election. Yep. And his ex-wife is the daughter of Ohio Republican Senator Moreno. And the part that there's a couple of things that I want to talk about it. So Mother Jones obtained around 2,000 pages of court filings and police reports pertaining to Miller, which include allegations dating back to high school. Have you guys heard about the 2,000 pages? I got that, Tracy. I'm going to get there too. Don't let me forget. I'm going to get there. Hold on. I got you. So Moreno actually put out a statement on Miller. So give me a second. So he actually he called on him to resign, and let me see if I can get the no, I don't want this. Can I have the actual like screenshots? Because he posted some stuff on social media, and the screenshots are what I would like to read to you from what Bernie Moreno posted. So there's articles about this on The Guardian, Democracy Now!, PBS, a bunch of them, right? Cold hot sauce. You can either join the panel or you're going to be muted just because I don't take you seriously. So if you want to talk about me being a traitor, then come on up to the panel. Here, I'm going to do it again. Here's your invitation, direct. So you can either accept it or be muted. I don't really care which one. Like I said, I don't take you seriously. Like, yeah, bruh. I'm good. All right, here we go. Da 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 da. Give me 1 second. Come on. I want the actual screenshots of what he had to say. Sorry, y'all. Give me just a second.
I know he has until tomorrow for us to find out if he's actually going to withdraw or not for re-election.
That is, yep. Thank you. Fuck my life. Why can't I find the thing that I had? This is what I get for having a bajillion things pulled up for y'all.
Are you talking about the stuff his lawyer posted, Mink, or his stuff?
No, Bernie Moreno actually put up a post and on social media, and where he is specifically talking about he calls Max Miller a quote unquote danger to his daughter.
Okay.
And he says that he wanted to be able to like not have this play out in public, but you know, basically Miller's leaving him no choice. And hold on. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Here it is. Thank you. Good gosh. Finally. Okay. So here's what it says. Bernie Moreno posted, quote, and this is on August the 2nd at 10:22 a.m. And so here's what it says. Quote, as a father and husband, I can tell you the last 2 years have been pure hell for my wife, Bridget, our daughter, Emily, me, and our entire family in the aftermath of Emily's divorce. It has been horrific to watch this play out in full public view, all while knowing an innocent 2-year-old girl is caught in the middle. Our priority has always been protecting our daughter and our granddaughter. Out of concern for the safety of my family, I hoped to keep this matter private, but Max Miller's increasingly erratic and dangerous behavior has made that impossible. As he has admitted privately, Max Miller needs serious psychological help. He is a danger to my daughter, and I hold my breath every minute he has custody of my granddaughter. If there are any basic standards of character required to hold elected office, Max Miller fails them. He should not serve in the House of Representatives. I believe Max Miller needs to seek professional help to end the clear pattern of abuse he has left in his wake. I believe he should not be free to continue endangering others until he does. I ran for office because I wanted to make a difference for the country that gave me every opportunity to succeed and to leave this nation better for my children and grandchildren. That sacrifice has been especially hard on my wife, Bridget, whose big heart and steady support have never wavered. I owe it to her, to Emily, and to my granddaughter to speak the truth now. And so that's Bernie Moreno's post on X about his ex-son-in-law, Max Miller. And I just want to say, and this is where it gets because I don't believe things like corruption and violence and domestic abuse or I don't believe any of those things are partisan. I do think it's fair to acknowledge that the vast majority of time, he spoke up again after the photo dump too. I missed it.
Yeah, I've got the quote for that one right
Go ahead.
here.
Yeah.
Moreno said, when he, referring to Miller, went out and did what he did, including releasing photos of my granddaughter completely naked, that now you have hundreds of thousands of psychotic human beings that have that, and to just say oops is grotesque. My personal opinion is that this is a felony and that every single human being that touched that photo and or who transmitted it electronically should go to jail because this is illegal.
Wow.
His lawyer opened a Dropbox file with unredacted photos and names that included his daughter, including one showing her genitals, and posted it publicly.
Stop.
Yeah, this gets bad. This gets real bad. Like they're talking CSAM issues and everything.
So this is my thing. So why is it even a question of whether or not he runs for office? Why is this even I get so, okay, so that's true, Marky. Marky said, I wish they feel that way about all victims. So hold on.
Well, you want to know what's really bad? So the lawyer, Mink, admitted his responsibility and apologized. Yeah, so that's great. But then immediately after apologizing, when attacked Moreno for speaking publicly about it and making a quote-unquote spectacle over it.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, so no, don't look at what I did. I did this horrific thing, but how dare you make people see the horrific thing I did? The fuck. So I'm looking now at Politico, where a lawyer for Rep. Max Miller took responsibility Tuesday for inadvertently releasing. How do you inadvertently anyway? Sensitive photos of the Ohio Republican's daughter in a trove of material Miller published Sunday in a bid to defend himself against domestic abuse claims. The attorney, Aaron Mink, took responsibility for the photo being released and called it, quote unquote, completely unintentional and a mistake. After a lawyer for Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, accused Miller of disseminating the daughter's name and one image that could quote unquote be considered child sexual abuse material. The attorney said, quote, "I am solely responsible for what happened. I was the only person responsible for assembling, creating, reviewing, adding, deleting, redacting, or making any changes to the information and files that were in this folder," end quote. Mink apologized to Miller, Moreno, and their families, but also, what you just said, Jeff, decried Moreno for creating, quote unquote, a media spectacle regarding this unfortunate mistake as a means to try to gain leverage in a court and distract from the underlying evidence that exonerates Mr. Miller from the false allegations he's accused of, end quote. Miller posted the documents online Sunday after delivering a live-streamed defense against the claims leveled by his former wife, Emily Moreno. He has declined all allegations of wrongdoing, which include pouring hot water on his ex-wife, holding a pew-pew to her head, and breaking his daughter's collarbone. Moreno's lawyer, Subod, I don't know, Chandra, claimed that some documents published to Dropbox left the daughter's name unredacted and contained, quote unquote, private images, including one where, quote unquote, the daughter's genitals appear to be visible, end quote. And this was a letter to Mink that was obtained by Politico. Chandra noted that the photo was later removed. Quote, "The post with the link to the folder published under your name garnered over 204,000 views from the time it was posted until this afternoon. Whose idea was it to share this intimate image of the child?" Quote unquote, among other questions, was in the letter from Chandra to Mink, giving a Wednesday close of business deadline. Mink disputed Chandra's characterization of the photo. Quote, "There were no images of, quote unquote, genitals," he told Politico. "A 2-year-old girl had her shirt off. That is a deliberately false, sensationalized, and disgusting characterization." The Dropbox dispute marks the latest escalation in the legal battle between Miller and Moreno, who is the daughter of Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno. After Miller delivered his live stream defense on Sunday, the GOP senator denounced his former son-in-law by saying that he should not serve in the House and needs to seek professional help. Bernie Moreno rekindled his attacks on Miller Monday after the photo revelations. Quote, "When he went out and did what he did, including releasing photos of my granddaughter completely naked, that now you have hundreds of thousands of psychotic human beings that have that. And to say oops is grotesque. My personal opinion is that this is a felony and that every single human being that touched that photo and transmitted it," I know you just read this, "electronically should go to jail because it is illegal to do that." He has until.
To be fair, from looking at what's going on in the chat,
Hey, open the door. That's mommy.
The whole existence of these pictures is due to the fact that there is an investigation and an ongoing allegation that's being looked at. They are not stating that Miller took photos of his daughter committing these acts. I just want to make sure we're being factual.
Yeah. So listen, guys, that's not what it's saying. And so this is the one that I would like for everybody. And so if you just look at the Mother Jones article, you know, Mother Jones has uncovered a lot of shit over the years, and in my opinion, are wildly underestimated in some of the things. So I'm just looking really quickly at. I want to see if this is the right one because there's two Mother Jones articles. Yeah. Damn, that's not the one. They've had two. They have a July 18th article. I think this is the one. Yes, holy jeez. Okay, so when you look at the July 18th article on Mother Jones about Max Miller, it literally is very detailed. The title of it is, quote, assault, misogyny, verbal threats. Records detail new allegations against Representative Max Miller. Police reports and filings in a bitter custody dispute raise new questions about the conduct of an Ohio Republican as he campaigns for a third term. And so this particular article has a ton. This is where they reviewed over 2,000 documents. I don't know if you saw this or not. Bernie said to him, quote, take this however you want. Everyone is going to get to know you better than your wife does. Sorry, this is what Miller wrote to Moreno. Enjoy the ride, brother. I wouldn't have to do this if you could keep your lying daughter under control. That is from Max Miller to Bernie Moreno. Some of the accusations contained in the records have not been conclusively proven by a court or law enforcement agency, and it's possible they never will be. Cuyahoga County's DCFS investigation into possible child abuse was, quote unquote, unsubstantiated. That is, there was not enough evidence to support a finding of neglect or abuse. Additionally, Emily Moreno never filed a police report against Miller for harm. She says he inflicted on her. She told a detective investigating the collarbone fracture that she feared, quote unquote, no one would believe her. However, the records pose troubling questions. I don't want to. So there's two parts of this. The one is where this is a horrific thing that is happening within a family that happens to too many people in this country all the time. The second part of it is the part that I want to talk about, which is the political piece of it, the political side of it, and what is wrong with us and the standard. So in the state of Tennessee, the Republican Party kicked people off the ballot and kept them from running as Republicans because they weren't registered as Republicans with the Republican Party. Something as minute as that. And yet we have this, and we have Matt Gaetz, and we have POTUS, to be quite frank, right? There's a reason E. Jean Carroll won her lawsuit. There's a reason a judge provided clarification that what POTUS was found guilty of doing to E. Jean Carroll would be the same as what we all would consider great in a criminal sense. The only difference is because of the way that New York's law was at the time, right? It required penetration with something other than like your finger. It had to be your actual member. Okay. So the issue that I have with all of this is what in the absolute fuck is wrong with our politics and our political system and our political parties that there should be no question. There should be no question. This guy should not be running for office, period. But I also wonder and look, so like, I don't know if you read it or Jeff or not, but How many of you guys, I know that if you're a staunch follower and you've been with me for a while, you were probably here when I read it a couple of times. How many of you all never read the House Oversight report on Matt Gaetz? How many of you guys didn't read it? If you didn't read it, put a 1 in the chat. Because it clearly says in the very first fucking line, they found substantial evidence that he had sex with a 17-year-old.
Well, yeah, that's why he resigned before the investigation could be completed, because then he couldn't be held culpable because they don't have law enforcement capability. They only have internal enforcement capability.
But my point is, Jeff, so here's my point, is why don't they take that damn report? Why isn't it turned over to like law enforcement with all of the evidence that they reviewed? And why isn't law enforcement, why hasn't law enforcement prosecuted Matt Gaetz? Because the dude that was in with him is already serving time.
They're locking shields against the outside.
I know. And
we all know the answer.
I know. And so, but this is the point that I'm saying. It's not just because he's rich. Like, it's not. So listen, I know rich people that don't listen. Rich is one factor, but also politics is the other factor. What happened?
Going back to the Miller case, it's not just Miller that's complicit in this. The mother, Emily, she's a political policy analyst for the conservatives, and her father is a senator.
Oh yeah, I know who her daddy is.
Same situation. I think, and this is just me theorizing at this point, but I think that the issue with her daughter was what finally got her to speak up, because this has been going on for a while.
Right. So, like, it just reminds me, you all, of I'm Gen X. Gen X, there's just this understanding that, I don't know, women get abused or women are whatever, and shit happens and you don't talk about it and you don't tell about it and you just don't whatever. And for me, the things that are coming out of the GOP and the Republican Party right now, it's like they want all of that back. It's like they want that whole environment where women were less than, where you couldn't get divorced unless somebody told you you could. You couldn't you couldn't have your tubes tied. You couldn't get credit. You couldn't do, like, it's that feeling, right? If you don't say anything, it never happened, and damn it, you better say it when it fucking happened. And if you do say it when it happened, we probably still won't believe you. We're going to ask you what you were wearing, where you lived, what happened, what did you do to provoke it? You remember that? Well, what did you say to make him mad?
Yeah, it's always, you must have done something to instigate the behavior. And that's unfortunately a mindset that's way too common.
Right.
And it's the same thing that's happening with the whole manosphere now and the whole grape culture of, well, what did you wear to instigate it? Or, well, why were you drinking in a place where you weren't going to be able to be safe? Or why were you drinking at all if you can't make good decisions?
Right.
Absolving the male in the instance of any kind of culpability, which is horrible and not something we should be doing. We as men need to be better with that. If we can't police our own, then we have problems.
Okay. Yeah, and that's my thing. And so, like, I look at this and I just want, what has happened to, I don't know that anything has happened. Let me not say that. That's just bullshit, right? What is wrong with us that we don't have a better standard? And what is wrong? I look at the Republican Party, and don't get me wrong, y'all, Democrats have their shit. However, if we're keeping score, and I hate to do this, but if we're keeping track, the number of people where this is an issue, I look at who is it? Mays down in South Carolina? Y'all know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think it was Mays, and then we got Swalwell as well. There's a few.
There's a few, but Mays is Republican, right? Swalwell is Dem, But like if I were to lie, so like I look at like Madison Cawthorn, and where did Madison go? You know where Madison went? Madison's dumb ass started talking about them parties and what all happened at the parties, and they said, you got to sit your ass down and get out of here. And now Madison is no longer there. He's at the house. They said, you better sit down and have a seat. It's just this, it seems to be the most vile, horrific community. I don't see the integrity, and not even like a sense of integrity, like even like a semblance of it, if you will.
Well, here, since you brought him up, here's what happened to Cawthorn. He left North Carolina, and now he's going for Florida.
I saw that he's now going to try to. I don't think he just left North Carolina though.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
I do, yeah. But you do know, that Madison is the project of the Joshua generation. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a piece of work.
How many of you all are familiar with the Joshua generation? Do y'all know what the Joshua? Do y'all know what that is? No. So I wonder, do they cover, I'm trying to think, do they cover the Joshua generation in Bad Faith, or which is the movie? I forget which documentary. It is religious in nature. It is. So there was a specific Joshua generation initiative within the Conservative Party to find young teens and individuals. So like go to joshuagenerationofficial.com. It's a 2-week teen missions program now. That's what this is. But this is 2026. I wouldn't even do this now. So hold on, let me find. Hold on. Madison.
The movie name's Uncounted Cost, if that's what you were looking for.
What is it again?
It's called Uncounted Cost.
Yes, Uncounted Cost. See, this is what I need, somebody to just fill in where my brain stops, where the ADHD gets the best of me. Yes. So Madison Cawthorn is an alumnus of Generation Joshua. That's what it's called, which is a civic education and youth organization operated by the Homeschool Legal Defense Association. The HSLDA is wild, and it's actually referenced in Shiny Happy People. How many you all know about Shiny Happy People, the Duggar Family Secrets? Shiny Happy People, y'all know this?
And the REM song, for those of us that are that old.
That's yes. Okay, so they talk about Generation Joshua in Shiny Happy People, and it trains Christian homeschool youth in civic activism, campaigns, and governance. And that is how Madison got selected and kind of like got himself into the House of Representatives. It's called Uncounted Cost. So Cawthorn appears in the 4th episode of Shiny Happy People. It's crazy, right? But I mean, you look at even that, and they talk about like how it's prevalent, right? And why it matters. I want to have conversations with people about, you didn't relate the terms, I got you. So listen, I just want us to start asking people, if you say to me, I'm a conservative because I am the party of integrity and values, and I believe in, protecting children, and I believe in this, then I'm going to ask you, how the fuck do you support somebody like Todd Blanche, who's blocking the release of the Epstein files? How do you still support this president who still has not prompted the release of the Epstein files? Because you do understand that if the president of the United States says to the DOJ, release the files, and there's a law that says release the files should be released. Our own government is sitting in our fucking face playing Like, yep, I know the law says I should have done it 9 months ago, but I'm not gonna do it because we got midterms that we want to win, and we got friends we want to keep out of jail. Like, what the fuck is wrong with us?
Well, you want to know what else is funny? If I put my tinfoil hat on for a second.
What's that?
The Generation Joshua churches, they're based out of San Clemente, California. But guess where else they're also based out of?
Where?
South Africa.
Yeah, well, okay.
Guess where the white immigration policy for POTUS is coming to?
Can't.
People born and raised and brought up in this kind of ideology being essentially imported to take over for when the ones that are currently in office have to move on. And financed by another expat South African that we all know and love.
Right, LJ. I'm sure that's no coincidence as well. I just want to know, where's the integrity? And that's it. You guys go read up on Max Miller and all the things. Okay. I do want to really quickly, because somebody over here on Facebook said, what am I talking about with US and France? And I just want to see if my friend is on it already. Jeff, what am I talking about the United States of America and France? Do you know?
Which thing at this point, between the tariff wars off and on, and his general treatment of Macron, there's just so many darn things right now.
At the UN.
That one I don't remember off the top of my head.
Woof. Oh, okay. I got one that you don't know.
I will admit when I don't know.
Same as me, right? I was like, shit, you got me on the whole yen thing. You got me. Okay, so I got one for you. So let me find the article, because yes, this is a different browser. Okay.
Oh, good Lord. Sorry, I'm researching.
No, you're good. Yeah, so you see it now, right? So the U.S. Delegation actually stood up and left during France's remarks. No, not. It was during France's remarks. So not the doc signing. Hold on one second.
Yeah, as well, Jerome Bonafort was speaking.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So give me a sec. There it is. Okay. So, and don't let me, I need to do one more thing before I forget. Okay. So, the U.S. delegation walked out of the UN security meeting when France was speaking. Give me a second.
Now, remember, those of you that don't know, the UN security meeting is different from a UN General Assembly meeting. It's only select nations, one of which is France and one of which is the US. These are the shadow government in the UN that really actually get everything done.
Right. And just to put it into context, remember the document that I read to you that was like the draft memorandum between Rusk and Levitt about Israel back in 1948, and he said the Security Council is going to be in a unique position to decide whether Israeli attack on Palestine is legitimate or whether it constitutes an international issue. Yeah, so just it's the Security Council, the main players. So U.S. diplomats actually staged a UN walkout after France criticized our, as in when I say our, I mean the human rights record under Trump. So let me read the article. This is from The Guardian. U.S. diplomats walked out of a United Nations meeting after France criticized the country's human rights record under Donald Trump. The staged walkout, which occurred on Monday during a UN Security Council, this is not as in this, but last Monday, and during a UN meeting on the Ukraine-Russia war, and it came days after the Trump administration cited quote-unquote forced labor allegations as it imposed sweeping tariffs on dozens of countries. Critics accused the U.S. president of leaning on the claims as a quote-unquote convenient justification for the new duties which were unveiled on Thursday. The following day, the Trump administration criticized the credibility of the UN human rights system and opposed the reappointment of Volker Turk, the UN human rights chief, prompting an extraordinary intervention on social media from France's UN mission in Geneva. Quote, listen to this quote. Quote, the U.S. used to be a beacon of human rights. Not anymore. Today, it stands alongside North Korea, Nicaragua, Mali, and Russia, isolated, and the world no longer listens to it. Hashtag America alone, end quote. That is from the French Geneva mission. Last March, Turk said he was, quote unquote, deeply worried by the fundamental shift in direction in the U.S. And in June, he took sharp aim at the Trump administration by calling for, quote, prompt, independent, impartial, and effective investigations, end quote, into the deaths occurring in U.S. government immigration custody. You were going to say something, Jeff?
Yeah, I was just going to say that don't forget, too, that this all happened during a discussion about the ongoing war in Ukraine. And the current administration has been looking for an excuse to justify backing out of funding that.
Mm-hmm.
And this really appears like childish grandstanding.
It's crazy.
It's like a 2-year-old. I don't want to play with you anymore because you were mean to me.
Yes. But let me tell you what the reason why the French Geneva mission posted this. So when they posted that tweet, they also included a snapshot of the votes, right? So the votes that took place on July the 24th, there were only 10 countries that voted against the approval of Turk, right? It was Argentina, Burkina Faso, the Dem PR of, and it's cut off, Israel, Mali, Nicaragua, Niger, Russia, and then us. What I also find interesting about this, let me share the image over here for you guys to see it. What I find interesting about this tweet is who they chose, what countries they chose to call out and align us with, right? So it says today, that was the Korea. That's who it was. The PR, the Dem PR of Korea. That's who it was. But so listen, when it says the UN, this says the U.S. used to be a beacon of human rights, not anymore. Today it stands alongside, and they mentioned North Korea, they mentioned Nicaragua, they mentioned Mali, they mentioned Russia. Guess who they didn't fucking mention? Israel. Israel voted no too. So why did the French Geneva mission call out those other countries, but not Israel? I just am saying, because to me that would be a worthy call out.
Well, I mean, did they honestly expect Israel to vote yes ever? So
no, I don't think so.
I mean, it's probably not a surprise, so it didn't even bear mentioning.
Right. But I'm just like, I think that I think that Western countries should be calling out the state of Israel at every turn, at every opportunity. Like, I just believe that should be a thing. Right. And if we're gonna bring in North Korea or even Nicaragua, I mean, in comparison, Nick and Israel, come on now. I'm just saying. I just feel like that's what they should have addressed them as well. So, in response to their post, U.S. Ambassador to the UN Mike Waltz wrote on Sunday, quote, "It is disappointing, though not surprising, that this is how France deflects on its shameful vote to coddle some of the worst human rights abusers. France voted for someone who has been lecturing free sovereign democracies like the US, the UK, and Israel, while cozying up to the world's worst oppressors. End quote. So it's interesting that we used Israel in our response. Just saying. And let me also say this, folks. Okay, listen. How can I say this? If you are a country that is not part of highest income nation, highest earning income nations, if you're a country that, historically speaking, has been war torn, even if we instigated and all the shit, right? There's less of an expectation. So, like, I don't expect the child that's always been a bully to all of a sudden stop bullying. But the other kids that should know better, that maybe don't have the same circumstances, don't have the same situation, don't have the same whatever, like you guys are supposed to have a different standard, right? And so when you say that you've been lecturing free democracies, which, by the way, Israel is not a democracy, it's an apartheid state. It's not a free sovereign democracy. The United States of America isn't. I don't know that I would define us as a free sovereign democracy. We're compromised. Yeah. So the U.S. continued to criticize France, Salam Mohammed OS, and said, quote, that the U.S. remains the beacon of liberty for the world, end quote. I don't agree. I don't believe that we are the beacon of those things anymore. I really don't. I wish that we were, but I don't believe that we are.
Yeah, they also made a public statement that they would continue to stage walkouts and demonstrations until France apologized for their egregious rhetoric around the United States.
It's just fucking children. Children.
Exactly.
Children. It's like crazy. Yes, I did see Mohammed OS. And so that's one of the other things that I was going to talk about. Over 100 plus remains were found, and there's a large burial funeral that happened in Gaza from those individuals. But that is also a thing that was on my list to talk about. I just this is the last subject that I want to touch on really, really quickly. How many of you all saw the BBC interview from in the West Bank that was released a couple of days ago? Like literally a day and a half, 2 days ago. How many of you saw this BBC documentary? If you didn't, just go ahead and put a 1. That's the easiest way. No? I'm going to play a clip for you. And I'm just going to, so you can go to YouTube to see the whole thing. Give me a sec. I got y'all. And I want to be clear when I say this. I do not believe that the clip that I'm about to play represents the totality and all of the Israeli people or Israeli settlers. Although I would say most settlers, damn near. But I'm not going to say that this represents everyone. I would say that I feel like this is how the majority of the population feels, based on their surveys, where 80+% of them support what's happening in Gaza. But this is specifically a settler that's in the West Bank. So I want you to hear this part. Hey girl, how was school? Belly, my girl. I see.
Nobody got them.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. I don't want to see you, dude. I want to see just this part. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to play it for you guys. So just listen to what he says. Here we go.
I think it sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes, I know. I know, but this is the truth. Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous. Now, after they kill one Israeli people, we need to kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
So literally, he says, because, yes, baby. Yes, baby.
You know my phone?
In my bag. Over here. He says, this is all you have to do, literally, y'all, is do BBC Israeli settler. Like it's really picked up steam. But what he says is because one Israeli was killed, then they should kill everyone. And he names 4 different places, 4 different cities or regions within the West Bank that they need to kill all the Palestinians there. Because he says that Jewish people were chosen by God, and then everyone else is jealous of the Jewish people. And he said that one Jewish life was worth 10 million Palestinian lives. Give me a second, Chris. Give me a second. I don't even know. It's West Bank. Let me see if this is the right one. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if this is the right one. Nope. This one is from 2 years ago. Sorry, there's more. Well, no, I'm lying. Wait, let me see what this one is. Sorry.
The one I dropped in the chat is from the BBC in 2025. Louis Theroux, The Settlers.
Yes. And then there's another one that's 27 minutes. It's called West Bank Settlers, Guns, and Sanctions. There's quite a few. But yeah, literally. And I wanted to bring us back around. What's wrong? It didn't Freed have a rough go on my live the other day? I think you did.
Yeah, he was up.
Freed, are you begging for attention again? It looks like it. Come on the panel. I don't remember what happened the other day. I really don't. I just remember saying Freed a lot, which means it's typically somebody interrupting me or trying to talk over me or some shit. Like I don't remember the conversation at all. Well, no, beloved, like it's come now or not at all because I'm going to go. Like literally right now. Grandbabies are home from school. I'm done. You said we do. Please don't. I'm just saying he wouldn't shut the fuck up. I told you, Rebel, that's probably what it was. So like if I remember saying your name repeatedly, it's because you're trying to talk over me and you won't listen. So anyway, Jeff, as always, appreciate you, especially today on the Japan Euro deal, because I'm not as well versed in that and need to check it out. Not worth it. I agree, Amy.
Anytime.
Appreciate you very much. Listen, folks, if you have not join Project for the People, you can do so by going to makingamericatruly.great.com, filling out the information. Appreciate you, Penny, for gifting old Jeff, and getting access to the Google Drive and information. We meet every other Thursday. We met last Thursday. We will not meet this Thursday. We'll meet the next Thursday after that. But we have a ton of information to talk about, and we are definitely in this together. We've got a lot of work to do, but I'm confident that we can do it. And remember, folks, if you want Project for the People to continue to spread and for more people to become involved, right? You can do that in a number of ways, talking to the people in your community and in your area and in your life. And also, you can let other media outlets know about it. And you can say, hey, you should have us on so we can talk about this thing. And you can say, hey, there's this great thing that in just 4 months, there's people in 48 states that have signed up to participate. And they're in 525 counties in the country and growing, and all of that. So yeah, just remember, you guys are Project for the People, like for real. So,
hey, Dani, I had a question for you.
Sure.
Have you come across an influencer on social media named Nico Augusta? He has created a PAC and is sponsoring bills through Congress about removing money out of politics, and he grades everyone in Congress based on their political contributions, and breaks down exactly where they get their funding from.
Yeah.
Like what PAC, what personal contributions, etc.
I gotcha.
He would be really good to look at because he has the dirt on basically everybody in Congress at the moment. At least as much as publicly accessible.
I think I only just saw one video of his like a day or two ago, like for real. But yeah, no, we'll check it out. It's Nico, Nico, and then last name is Augusta, Augusta, Agosta. TikTok making me work a puzzle real quick. Yep, that's his name, Jeff. Yep. All right, so folks, listen, I appreciate you very much. Thanks for liking, for sharing, for subscribing. Those are some of the best ways to support me, is to subscribe, especially for here on TikTok. If you're not already in my Discord, make sure that you join. If you're following me across the socials, I am at the Dani Cook, pretty much everywhere except X. And yeah, that's it. Appreciate you guys for 500,000 likes over here today, crushing it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Okay, love you, mean it, people. Peace. Bye. Sissy, how was your day, babe?